What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, January 20th, 2026, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Buck, I didn't even ask. Do we have a tip for kids in the car line?
Yes, we do.
A tip for kids in the car line to start us off. Of course, we will recap last night's instant classic. Indiana wins its first national championship in school history in a thriller over Miami. We'll recap the game and put the finishing touches on the 2025 college football season and start to look ahead to 2026. We've got the latest from the Texas Longhorns in the transfer portal. We've got some NFL coaching jobs getting filled. We've got NBA All-Star starters announced. And, another airplane story for the people.
Oh, boy.
Another video. Kosher or not kosher is the question we're going to be asking about this in-flight entertainment. So a lot to dive into in the world of sports and beyond. If you had a 3-day weekend, hope you had a great 3-day weekend. If you didn't, hey, we appreciate you starting your Tuesdays with us either way. How are you this morning, my man?
I am good. I'm seeing a little light at the end of the hills over here. There may be a little bit of sun today. Yesterday was a gorgeous day altogether. It really was nice. And winter is coming upon us here shortly, folks. So be prepared for the weekend. It's not going to be that pleasant. Yeah, winter is upon us.
That's a change.
Yes. I told you
from yesterday. You literally said yesterday we would have to wait until February before winter gets here.
It'll be here this weekend.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty for those that like me that love it 75 and 80 degrees at this time of the year. It's going to be one day high of like 38 degrees, between 35 and 38. That's the high, I think, on Sunday. Saturday, it's going to be cold. I mean, when you start seeing possible precipitation like snow flurries, look out around this place. Hey, that means get ready to get those faucets covered. So you got days to prepare. If you got some things you need to bring in, if you got some plants that have been sitting outside, if you got succulents, things like that, you got to cover that are outside, even in the ground, and have been there and enjoying this wonderful weather that we've had, this fall that we've had now. Better get ready because you're going to get some winter breeze coming up over the weekend.
Cover the faucets and wrap the pipes.
Wrap the pipes. Have a spot for your pets to come inside if they're outdoor animals that like to be outside. Give them a little heater.
It's going to be that bad?
Yeah, it's going to be cold. I have 2 days of cold. When they give you the high in the day of 35, that sucks. I always like to hear that low of 35, and I say, oh, well, the high will be 55, 60. No, there's one of those days that says high of 35.
Oh, man, as our guy CB says, HEB is about to run out of stuff.
Oh, that's right. I don't need to be telling everybody. I'll tell you that about how bad it's going to be tomorrow. We need to get there. We need to get there this afternoon or Wednesday.
Yeah, good call. Do all your grocery shopping early in the week before everybody else realizes what's coming our way this weekend.
That football game's this weekend, and you need food. Man. I'll say this. You better get that Altstadt Beer while you can get it.
Oh, of course. Of course. I mean, my fridge is always stocked with the Altstadt Beer, but hey, why not have an emergency case or two?
Oh yeah, for sure. Get that Olipop, because that'll be gone from the HEBs. Those beautiful, they have that nice little deal where they set it all up for you. I'll go in there on Wednesday. There'll be 6-packs, cases missing, bare shelves. So got to get that. I'll do that tonight. I'm going to do a little late night shopping.
There you go. I like that. You used to do some late night golfing. Now you're doing some late night shopping.
Yes, indeed. So we got a couple of days. You got, today and tomorrow. Tomorrow should be okay. Even Thursday, possible rain on Friday. But, dude, that Saturday and Sunday does not look pleasant. It looks miserable for those people.
Who's those people?
Me, because I hate it. I hate it. My sister sent me a picture of 8 inches of snow back in Pennsylvania, and it wasn't that. Isn't it pretty? It's like, oh, this sucks.
Just send her back a picture of 8 inches of something else.
Sunshine.
There you go. Oh,
That's
yeah.
what it was.
That's your
Good
sister.
morning to soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. We do appreciate. It doesn't matter what the temperature is. You're always there for us, and we do appreciate that. And to you and your families, please be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. All right, Buck, before we dive into last night's national title game, it is Tuesday. How about a tip for kids in the car line brought to you by our great friends at Relax the Back?
Love Relax the Backs for sure. Kids, how about this? Not every opinion deserves your energy. Choose your battles. Choose your battles. You don't have to give all your energy on every time there's an opinion being thrown out there. Don't use up your energy on every opinion. You don't have to. Just choose your battles well, please. That's probably best for everybody, I would think.
That may be the best tip you've ever given in your life.
Yeah. We tend to think we know, and I'm included. I think I try to be the doctor, you know what I'm saying? I try to be the pharmacist, the doctor, the coach, the radio, the YouTube guy. You got to choose. You can't have an opinion, or you can have an opinion. Everybody can have an opinion. It's like your rear end. Everybody has one. But, to use up all your energy on certain things is really not worth it.
No.
It really isn't. You get frustrated. We all get frustrated, but if you're using up this energy on every opinion in the book, like lawnmowers and shit, I don't know anything about lawn. I know about rain. Okay. That's something, you know what I'm saying? I know rain. I don't know total weather, but I know rain. So I can give an opinion about that. And I don't choose my battles there. I go after it head first. I go down the slide head first there. But some of the other things, I've learned how to choose my battles with some of that.
Okay. I like that.
Like your official last night that gets to come on TV and call it the way he sees it. Not even the way he sees it, but agrees with his other buddies. By the way, nice job last night, Big 12 officials.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I mean, once I heard Big 12 refs were going to be calling that game, I knew we were in some trouble. And look, they didn't over officiate. They did the exact opposite of that. And some folks were praising them for letting the players play.
No, that was ridiculous.
I'm not going to praise them. They're supposed to do their job. They just weren't doing their job at all. So look, I'd rather fewer penalties called than too many penalties called. If those are my two choices, I'd go with what we saw last night versus what we've seen in some of these playoff games.
Sure.
But I mean, your job is to call penalties as an official. And my God, I was rooting for Miami. My cousin was rooting for Miami. And I thought Miami was getting away with murder out there.
Dude, you can't literally, there were handfuls of jerseys by their secondary guys. I mean, just grabs where they were holding them from getting to the ball and getting both hands on the ball. They were keeping, it wasn't arm locks with arm to arm. It was grabs by the shoulder pad where a guy couldn't catch up to the ball because he's being dragged backwards. I'm like, come on, guys, you got to call these. I don't care if the guy's a backup. If he's in there as a backup, that's too bad.
Right. Well, you heard Curt Signetti during his halftime interview complaining about the officials and saying that he thought that Fernando Mendoza had been hit 3 times late and none of them were called.
I saw at least 2.
Yeah, they missed some late hits.
Yeah, I don't know if the one was – I don't know if the low blow from not Bain, but the other guy, he was on the other side. He got him low. Yeah. Bain came in and just tagged him a little bit high, but the other guy was down by his legs. I don't know if he got drugged down there, but I know he was down by that dude's knees. I'm like, damn.
Right. Yeah, ultimately the team that was supposed to win won the game, but if you had, or your cousin had, Indiana with the points like you did, Buck,
yes,
I think you should be entitled to some financial compensation there. Because
that one under the chin was a targeting like no other targeting that you've ever seen.
That was late, and it was a targeting.
I don't know what they were trying to explain, and I don't know what the dude was trying to – I didn't even listen to his explanation. I'm like, whatever you're trying to say that the officials didn't miss that, or he was not helpless. Yes, he was helpless. He came down the line with nothing in his hand but his head in the helmet, and he took it right under the chin.
Yeah, he came out of that with a busted lip that he played with the rest of the game. I mean, after the game, when Holly Rowe was interviewing Fernando Mendoza, he was showing his arm, he was showing his face. That dude was beaten and battered. And look, some of that's just a physical game. It's a national championship. Yes. That's how it goes. But some of it was like, my God. I mean, Indiana, not as bad as Texas, but they're one of the most penalized teams in college football, 108th in the country in that statistic. Miami was, excuse me. Yeah, Indiana, one of the least penalized teams in the country. It was surprising to see them have the 5 penalties that they did, right? They shot themselves in the foot. That false start by their All-American left tackle to turn a 2nd and 1 into a 2nd and 6. That gave Miami a chance on the last possession of the game.
Yeah, I was thinking, dude, they're about to score on that, and I'm going to cover.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, if they got the first down, they would have just kneeled out the clock, and I don't know if you.
Well, one of those dudes, like number 1 or Black, would have run it in. Because they were starting to get going with their run game.
You're right. No, there's a chance, right? On that 2nd and 1, they could have just, busted free and gotten into the end zone.
Smart football players at Indiana. He would have fallen down at the 2. I'd have been pissed.
Yeah, that would have hurt you even more than what ended up happening.
Yes.
But yeah, I was just like, damn, they are letting Miami get away with a lot in this football game. And look, that's not the only reason the game was close. Obviously, you give the U a bunch of credit. Like, that defense is legit. Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor, those guys are going to hear their names called very early in April's NFL draft. I mean, those dudes are dudes.
Yes.
And Miami made it incredibly difficult for Indiana to get anything going in that game offensively. Only 317 yards for the Hoosiers, only 186 passing yards for the Heisman winner, Fernando Mendoza. It was spectacular. I mean, the first half was kind of ho-hum, right? 10-0 at the break. The biggest storyline for me was, why is Bert Auburn not in this game?
After the doink?
I got a doink. I mean, that Miami kicker, how many doinks does he need in the playoff before they're going to put our guy Bert Auburn in there?
So he can just shank it out to the right, miss the goalpost and everything?
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to hear the loud doink. That feels more painful than just missing 10 yards to the right.
Making no contact with anything.
So why not go with Bert Auburn? Sideshow Bert in that spot. But yeah, I mean, it was, again, a defensive struggle, 10-0 game at halftime. You didn't think we were in store for the second half that we got.
No.
But just back and forth, especially in the fourth quarter. And I won't speak for anybody else, Buck, but every time I thought Miami was done, right? Like the punt block for a touchdown, I thought it was over. Indiana gets that 4th and 5, the crazy Fernando Mendoza Superman dive into the end zone touchdown. Like, every time Indiana scored, I'm like, that's it. That's the knockout blow. Miami has no chance. They kept responding. And they got that chance. Final drive of the game, down by 6. And then Carson Beck, maybe when he's like 36, he'll be smarter than what he is now.
He didn't even throw it. He didn't have enough on the ball to get to where he was trying to get to. That's the thing.
It was a bad decision. It was a bad throw. Like, it was everything about and he didn't need to do it. There were still 44 seconds left, right? Like, if there's 14 seconds, I understand taking a shot like that, but they were moving the ball. They were into Indiana territory, Buck, and he just threw up a prayer.
Yeah, and they had covered number 10 all day long. And then in the second half, Indiana couldn't find out where that dude was. He was catching passes all over the place.
And they didn't go to number 10 on the biggest play of the game. They went to, 0, Marion?
Yeah, who hadn't done anything all night.
And just 1 catch for 6 yards, right? He was a key cog in Miami's playoff run to get to the title game. But, yeah, IU kept him in check. And, it was Herbie broke it down beautifully on the broadcast. Like, he thought he had a one-on-one before the play. He thought the middle field safety was going to stay in the middle of the field. Instead, as soon as the ball was snapped, he drifted over to that side. So it was a throw into double coverage. Like you said, it was an underthrown ball by 5 yards.
Yes.
And it turned out to be an easy interception for Jamari Sharp.
I don't even know if he had enough arm to get it as far as he wanted to. Even if it just looked like it looked like he gave it all he could, BK, and that's all he came up with was that throw. It wasn't going to go. I mean, when the corner just dropped off of it because he knew he had safety help over the top, it was like when he threw it, I'm like, he may have a chance if he throws this ball to the outside, to the sideline. It looked just like a short throw.
Right. Yeah, it was just a misfire. Again, bad decision, bad throw. And as Jack says, it was first down. Again, they were already on the plus side of midfield. I know they didn't have any timeouts, right? They were working against the clock, but what they were doing was working. There's no need to take that shot in that situation. And you figured Carson Beck was experienced enough to not make that decision, but that's kind of who Carson Beck has always been in his career.
They would have been better off filling out a way to hand it off to their running back on a draw or something. That guy liable was going to take it to the house the way he was going in the second half.
All right, maybe catch him off guard a little bit.
I mean, just like Indiana caught them off guard with the quarterback. that quarterback draw was unbelievable. I couldn't believe I was like, Coach, you're going to kick this, right? You don't have that kind of faith. Your kicker can't kick a 35, 40-yarder. I'm like, you got to kick this, right?
That was insane.
I know. I'm like, no way.
They say fortune favors the bold, and it did last night. I mean, the Cajones on Kurt Signetti, 4th down and 5.
That was a hell of a run, boy. That guy's got great balance because he got hit hard right after he got the first down. He got hit hard. I'm like, he's going to stay down there. And he spun out of that.
Right.
And then he sticks the ball out as he's going over the end zone. I'm like, oh.
I don't know.
Got him right in the back.
Yeah, he took a couple of hits on that dive. I don't know how many coaches in America make that call. And look, it probably wasn't the right call, but hindsight is 20/20. When it works, you're a genius. And it worked. I mean, it was a 3-point game at the time, right? You kick the field goal, you go up 6, you make Miami score a touchdown to take a lead. But obviously you get into the end zone, you make it a 2-possession game, and that turned out to be the difference.
Yeah, it was just that when Sark talks about a feel for individual, that was just a feel like if I give Miami this ball back, if I kick a field goal, that ain't going to be enough because now they're running the ball in from 50 yards. The running back is going right now. I mean, I can't give them any life. So if I'm up by 6, they'll go down and score. It's one of those, don't give them the ball back. I just can't do it. They still they still got the ball back. It was
right. Yeah, and again, like it was after that touchdown, I'm like, wow, there's the dagger. Like, that's it. There's no way Miami's going to be able to respond to this. And then they go, 91 yards?
Yeah, I thought for sure after the punt block that they were done.
Right, me too. Like, it's every time Indiana scored, it's like, God, there's no way. There's no way Miami's going to get up off the mat. And they did. They did every single time until the final time.
I kept thinking, if that's Texas going for that punter, number 24 is running dead smooth through the punter, missing the ball. And that wasn't even a punt block. That was just a missed block by the outside guy. And he just stuck his hand up. They weren't going to really block the punt. They were just going to pressure it.
Yeah.
To get good field position. That guy's hand, I mean, that guy on the outside never even touched him almost. It's just he went right by that guy.
Right. That felt like a big turning point, right? It was 10-7. It was 10-0 at halftime. Indiana goes 3 and out on their first possession. Miami gets the ball. You get that long Mark Fletcher touchdown run, and all of a sudden we have ourselves a game.
Yes.
And Indiana's defense steps up. They force another punt. And then, it was just, look, special teams cost Miami the national championship, ultimately. They lost the game by 6. They had a field goal kicker doink one off the right upright, and they had a punt block return for a touchdown. If those plays don't happen, we're probably talking about the U winning their first national championship since 2001.
Yeah, I would agree. They play well enough. Their defense is something now.
Yeah, they outgained Indiana. Like, I don't know how many people saw that one coming. They outgained Indiana last night.
Well, one thing Indiana does, if you catch a pass, does their group rally around the ball? When that ball's in the air, you don't see guys shake and bake many guys once they catch the ball. They are at the ball. Their linebackers get their hands on ball. I mean, I was waiting for Carson Beck to at least get a tip ball for a pick 6, the way they had their hands on the ball all night.
There were a couple of those. Yeah, 0 turnovers until basically the last meaningful play of the game. But, yeah, that punt block, like you said, I mean, I miss when Texas was that school. That's the 8th punt that Indiana has blocked in the last 2 years, right? That's like prime Mac Brown stuff that they've got going on right now.
Yeah, they're just fundamentally, if you don't block me, I'm going to go stick my hand up and block the punt. It's not like we had this big pressure on you. The guy just came from the outside. There was a defender right there. He just missed him.
You're right. No, that punt block was more on Miami's screw up than Indiana doing something super special. But I guess
they just take advantage. They're just really sound in what they do.
Well, yeah, you had Miami. The punter was doing the rugby style punt, so he was rolling to his right.
Yeah.
He rolled right into it. He took too long. And you're right, the personal protector. Miami had 3 guys there to block that one dude, and all of them were like, nah, he's not going to be a threat here. Let's just go try to make a tackle on their returner.
You're right, and the punter was slow.
And it was just special teams matters. Special teams matters. And we're hoping Texas is making this type of playoff run next year. And with the special teams that we've seen around these parts the last 2 years, it could cost the Longhorns.
I mean, I'm looking at that game and trying to compare them to Texas. Texas would have got beat by 24 points in that game.
Yeah.
By either one of those 2 teams.
Yeah. I don't know if Texas is on that level. this year.
No, the physicality was ridiculous. I mean, just and paying attention to detail. That's like when Indiana's All-American flinched there. I'm like, they don't make those kind of mistakes. Are you kidding me? That's a 3rd and 1 turns into what, 3rd and 6?
Yeah, it was a
And
second.
that was the one I thought was going to be the dagger, because I thought they'd go in to score and take a bunch of time off the clock and score a touchdown running the ball.
They were a first down away from kneeling it out, Buck. They didn't need to score again.
That's true. That's right. They wouldn't have. They would have nailed the rest of that out.
And it was a 2nd and 1.
I'm thinking Signetti, the way he coaches, is like, hell no, we need to get some more points in there like he did during the year.
Maybe. I was a little surprised when he took the points on that last drive. Weren't you?
Yes.
He'd already gone for it on a 4th down in a very similar situation. 3-point game in the 4th quarter. Instead of going up 6, he wanted to go up by 2 scores. And I was like, wow, he's trotting out the kicker here.
Yeah, isn't he going to go for it again?
Kicker, a Texas native, by the way, I think from Coppell. Drilled the field goal. They win by 6, ended up being fine. But I was like, damn, considering he had done that earlier, considering that guy just felt like always, balls of steel, I thought for sure they were going to try to put the game on ice right there.
Yeah, okay. I want folks to understand, just because Indiana has done this in 2 years, let's not start thinking James Madison needs to be in these playoffs. That's what Cinderella stories are for. No, it's not. It's not. That's not the same.
Well, Indiana's a Big Ten school.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, 3 in a row for the Big Ten.
3 in a row for the Big
Because
Ten.
it just means just a little bit more now.
I mean, who would have thought, right? The way the SEC was just dominating college football, that not only would the Big Ten win 3 in a row, but 3 different Big Ten teams would win national titles, and one of them would be Indiana.
No kidding.
Right, the SEC was coming off a stretch of 13 titles in 17 years after Georgia had gone back-to-back in 21 and 22. They were dominating the sport.
Yeah, we're talking teams like Alabama, LSU, Georgia. We're not talking Indiana.
Right. And then we weren't even talking about Ohio State or Michigan.
I know.
And 3 years in a row, obviously, the Wolverines in 23, they cheated their way to a title. Ohio State last year, and now Indiana. I mean, maybe the least likely champion that we've seen in this sport ever.
Yeah, I mean, NIL counts, but man, coaching really does count. Coaching and a real culture that this is just how we do it. We don't deviate from anything. If you don't block us, we're going to block your punt. We're not going to all of a sudden, if you don't block us, stop and freeze and go, no, I'll turn around and run the other way. No, if you don't block me, I'm going to stick my hand up and I'm going to block this punt and become a hero. I mean, you could just tell that's the way they play. Like I said, those linebackers had a bunch of tip balls, BK, and I was just waiting for one to go the other way the whole night.
Yeah.
Because they're always around the ball,
Indiana didn't look flustered at all, right? I was curious, because they had blown out Alabama and Oregon the way that they did en route to last night. And I'm like, okay, what happens if they are in a close game in the 4th quarter? Do they remember what it's like? I know they played a couple of those in the regular season. The Big Ten title game against Ohio State was close to the end.
First game at Oregon was like that.
But it had been a while since they had been involved in a 4-quarter, 60-minute dogfight. And meanwhile, every playoff game that Miami had played had been something like that.
Yes.
So was Indiana going to be able to handle the moment? And again, I mean, offense, defense, how about Charlie Becker, right? The wide receiver.
I thought he was going to have a good game.
Every time Indiana needed a big passing play, it was just back shoulder fade to him. He would get interfered with for like 3 seconds and still make the catch.
Yeah, that officiating, that secondary officiating crew was like, we're just going to let them play. You can let them play, but you can't let them pull the guy's jersey. And now he can't get any of his hands up to make the catch, and he's still making catches.
Yeah, number 24 on Miami. I'm telling y'all, that guy should have had at least 5 PIs called on.
Yeah, did he have 2 or 1?
I don't remember.
I know he had at least 1. I thought he had a second one, but like you said, he deserved about 5 or 6. He was just so scared. He was just like grabbing the jersey.
Hey, to his credit, if they're not going to call it, keep doing it, right? He couldn't cover those guys. If they're going to let him get away with that, then why not keep getting away with that?
When the game official is, oh no, they're both just hand checking. I'm like, no, they're not. The guy's holding his jersey.
Right. Yeah.
Mister, I got to agree with the call.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that was a big story, right? Gene Steratore over the weekend. I think like 95% of football fans are tired of the in-booth rules analysts.
Yeah, really.
They just give you absolutely nothing. All they do is agree with whatever call is made on the field.
Amazing.
And it's like, we don't need anybody to do that. Like, we have eyes. We know the rules. We've watched enough football in our life. We know what the penalty is and what isn't. We don't need you to tell us that we're idiots. No, the refs just aren't doing their job correctly. So we know it. And just tell us that, please. But they
got enough of them to be in good position to see it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Here's Curt Signetti after the game. We've got some sound from Signetti. We've got some sound from Fernando Mendoza. And we'll replay Curt Signetti telling everybody to Google him during his introductory press conference at IU. But here is the head coach of Indiana on the field with Holly Rowe after the Hoosiers clinched a national championship.
It took a lot to get here, but I'll tell you what it took to come out ahead in this game was a lot of guts. I give Miami a lot of credit. They played really hard. We couldn't get anything done couldn't protect quarterback at all. Made a few plays and adjustments, but they were back shoulders and a sprint out, got the ball, run game going. Made the interception when we had to. A couple fourth down, where we went for it. Mendoza, great run. Took some chances, found a way. Let me tell you, we won the national championship at Indiana University. It can be done, and I'm so happy for our fans. Words can't describe it.
Yeah, his excitement over that. He was surprised at how well Miami played. I mean, I could tell that, dude, he was surprised his team didn't just maul that group, I believe. Beat them by 2 or 3 touchdowns. I think that surprised him more than anything. Because he thought he had the most physical team in college football this year. And that defensive line of Miami gave them they gave them some problems.
Yeah, considering the way they beat down Alabama and Oregon and just out-physicaled the hell out of both of those teams, maybe you're right. Maybe Curt Signetti was like, "No, my team's just too good. We're going to run through these guys." And that was
I thought he was surprised by the strength of Miami, and I think some of the fundamentals and some of those guys, they weren't just pass rushers; they were run stoppers too.
Dude, Ruben Bain.
Yeah, that dude is a little bit of everything.
I don't know how. Like, there shouldn't be more than 2 or 3 names called before Ruben Baines in the NFL draft.
Man.
Like, Mendoza's obviously going 1. The Raiders need a quarterback. Quarterback's going first. But, I mean, Ruben Bain could go number 2 to the Jets.
Man, oh, man.
That guy is going to be tough to pass up on. He is the real deal, not just as a pass rusher, but as a run stuffer. I mean, they were trying to double him pretty much all game, and he was still getting in the backfield.
That one toss, they tried to run a toss sweep on him. Remember how about the toss sweep where he came early in the game, like the second series? Yeah. They tried to toss it and get outside. I was thinking maybe Indiana can get outside go after Bain, go after him a little bit. I said it before. I said that morning of the game, I said maybe they should run at him. And then after that play, I'm like, hey, quit running at that guy. Don't run at him.
He's a freak. He is a total freak. There was one play where Indiana left him unblocked, like they were trying to throw a screen behind him.
Oh yeah, I saw that where they just thought he was gonna fall for the fake, come down the line, and he just reverse field.
And it did not happen. And that was the last time we saw Indiana try to do something like that. I mean, it was like Indiana's offensive line. They were a Joe Moore Award finalist again. They dominated the trenches in their first 2 CFP games. Miami's D line did an incredible job making life tough for Fernando Mendoza and getting after him pretty much all game long. And
when you don't have the holes, the 2 running backs that they have, that's what you got to have right there. When things aren't going for you on the offensive line, and you get a hole every once in a while, that's what you do when you have 2 running backs like that. They make the best of those holes. I mean, they get through and they punish guys who come up to tackle them, man.
Yeah, well, Indiana kind of beat Miami at its own game, right? Miami loves to run the ball. They love to establish
time of possession,
possession, and just owned the time of possession, right? Control the clock. Indiana was able to do that in this game last night. They held the ball for 36 and a half minutes. Like, that's what Miami wanted to do. Miami had the ball for 41 minutes against Ole Miss. Like, that was their style of play. Indiana ran it 45 times last night.
At one point, they had that 15-play drive, and Miami had only had 14 plays. and they had a drive that was 15 plays. I'm like,
You're right.
oh my God.
You're right. The first touchdown that Indiana scored. Yeah, and it was technically only 2.9 yards a carry for Indiana, but you had some kneel downs, and the sack yardage obviously goes into that. But, 4.6 yards for Kalen Black, 3.2 yards for Roman Hemby. It wasn't like an incredibly efficient night of running the football, but they stuck with it. They got the yards when they needed to. And again, they kind of beat Miami at their own game by keeping Carson Beck and the Canes offense on the sideline. So it was impressive showing, Indiana finding a way to get it done. All right, we'll get back into this game. We'll tie things to Texas. We'll talk about the Vegas odds for next year's national championship. Yes, of course, they're already released. I'll tell you where Texas ends up there. But before we dive back into the college football this morning, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Good morning to the guys over and the gals over at Sue Patrick. I was there yesterday to say hello to Jay and the gang. Got that incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, folks. Collectibles, accessories, and tons of Texas-themed gifts and items there, books. The jelly cats are out. Took some pictures, took some photos of some new jelly cats that they have over there yesterday, and they've got tons of them for you for the new year, folks. Unbelievable. They got the sweatshirt, the hoodies, and they've got jackets. I said this weekend, boy, they have some nice jackets / hoodies available over at Sue Patrick's, 5222 Burnett Road. Of course, online orders, $59 or more. You get free shipping with that, free curbside pickup, and plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. Love going over there and saying hello to Jay and the gang over there. Jelly cats, new jelly cats. I saw a couple that look like little puppies, little schnauzers. I may have to get one for Zach. I may have to get a little schnauzer for Zach. I didn't get it yesterday, but I got about 3 or 4 hats. Got some new lids in there, BK. But you'll love the jackets. The jackets for what we're about to come into this weekend are there for Longhorn jackets. Go by, check them out, say hello to Jay and the gang. And for more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yes, indeed. Love Sue Patrick. Also love our friends at McCall Custom Homes. If you're looking to upgrade your place in 2026, you got to reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. We love them. I mean, we trust our places to McCall. Bucky got a putting green installed at his place from McCall Custom Homes. Rodney got his master bathroom redone with our friends at McCall Custom Homes. And we're not alone. I mean, these guys are A+ rated by the BBB, tons of 5-star reviews online, and they've been around a long time. It's a father-son team with more than 4 decades of experience in doing this. Whether you're starting from scratch and building a home from nothing, or you have a place that you want to renovate, right? You bought your place for a reason. You don't want to buy, you don't want to sell, you don't want to deal with that craziness. Just add on to your current home, kitchens, bathrooms. You need an upstairs. You want to add some new life to your outdoor space, whatever you're thinking, McCall Custom Homes can do it for you. It's top quality at affordable prices. They're licensed. They're insured. Again, A+ rating from the BBB. Nobody does it better. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check out their website. They're offering free estimates to TSU listeners, so it's totally risk-free to have them out to your place and talk about your vision. And then, go from there. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Or you can reach out to our buddy Mike McCall directly, 512-633-9580.
Our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, as I said, get ready for the winter. The winter, I'm about to call winter here coming up on Saturday. So look out. If you don't have things all settled and what you need to do, please give them a call. Ask for Travis over at Woods Comfort Systems. He'll give you everything you need to know about winterizing your home over the next couple of days, because you do have a couple of days. You got a couple of days before the weekend hits. Let's start getting things done. If you're going to have to take hoses off, you're going to have to cover up the faucets outside. Find out what's best for you, what's easier for you. But if your heater's not working and the temperature is not right, you're going to need that this weekend. Believe me, it's going to show up, and you don't want to be in your house freezing for sure. Just like you don't want to be in your house sweating your what's off. So make sure you call Woods Comfort Systems. They've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas, and nobody does it better than Woods.
Nobody does it better than Woods. WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website, or you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. All right, Buck, back to the national championship game. Indiana finished the year 16-0. First team in the modern era of college football to do that. I mean, it's the best turnaround in college football history. I know everybody's saying it, so it's not a hot take by any stretch of the imagination. But the 3 years before Curt Signetti got there, they were 2-10, 4-8, and 3-9. And it's not like, oh, it's a program with some history. They had just fallen on some hard times. No, this was the losingest program in the sport.
I mean, it's crazy. When I was at Illinois, that was stat day for guys like Howard Griffith. And we'd be getting ready all week, and I'd say, hey, stat day, right? And they were all looking and going, I'm going to get some of that.
Yeah.
And it just couldn't wait to play them, whether it was home or in their stadium, packed with 27,000. I mean, it's just an amazing turnaround in the history of this school.
It is.
And in 2 years?
2 years, right. And, I mean, last year they were 11-1 in the regular season. They made it to the playoff, but they got boat raced by Notre Dame in the first round of the playoff. And this year, nobody was quite sure what to expect. I thought it was a flash in the pan kind of thing. Like, that's a cute story, but Indiana had a pretty easy schedule last year, and now people actually are going to respect them a little bit, and there's no way they can do anything close to that again in 2025. And obviously they were even better. They win the Big Ten championship, number 1 seed in the college football playoff. They got the Heisman winner at quarterback, who's about to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft, and then they win a national championship. They're the first new team to win a national title in college football since Florida in 1996, right? Every title winner we've had since then has been a repeat, and IU was 100-1 to win it all before the year. They were probably 1,000,000-1 before last year, right?
Oh, yeah,
they were only 100-1 because they were good a season ago, and it's like, all right, well, we got to put them somewhere on the board. They were nowhere close to that when Curt Signetti got there, and the fact that, I mean, those are the 2 years. He's now 27-2 at Indiana. He's got a national championship. It's the best coaching job, maybe in sports history, not just in this sports history.
Yeah, it's time for him to go ahead and retire after next year. And when it's not the same, he should then say, I've had enough. Thank you.
Oh, you're running him out of town already?
Time to go.
Yeah, I liked it better when Indiana wasn't good. Now it's just one more team that, Texas has to deal with on the national scene.
And I guarantee you a lot of people that could get them on that schedule before that dude got there were like, hell yeah, we want them on our schedule.
Yeah, because we want to play a Big Ten team, but we also want to beat them by 100 points.
Yes.
Right?
Not now. You don't want them on your schedule now.
That's what Purdue is, Indiana's biggest rival. They flip-flopped.
And that's exactly what that's exactly what Indiana used to be, just like Purdue.
And now, I mean, Indiana's
even worse than Purdue.
Right. They're losing a ton from this year's team, but they've got a top 5 portal class. They've got Josh Hoover coming in from TCU to replace Mendoza at quarterback. I mean, they are reloading, and they have the biggest – I said it yesterday, Buck, and I was right. I said Indiana was going to have more fans than Miami at that football game, and they did. They've got the largest alumni base for any university in the country. So the NIL money obviously helped them get here, but they're about to get even more because now people realize, oh, this is fun. I like having a good football team. We've never had this before. I'm going to go ahead and donate my money so I can ensure that this happens again. So they are going to be a problem.
It was cool to have Marcus Freeman on there last night because he was like, they kept saying, well, the best team in Indiana. He kept shaking his head no, and I'm like, that's wrong. You aren't. And he's got to be going, damn.
The best team in the United States, sir.
Yeah, I mean, wow.
Yeah.
Are they? And and for ACC people like Notre Dame, they've got to be thinking, damn, Miami, that damn Fletcher decided to come back to school again next year.
Yeah.
And they got some dudes. They'll find some dudes. They'll find plenty of players, or they'll buy them.
Right. Yeah, Miami is going after Darian Mensah, the Duke quarterback who started at Tulane. I mean, there are reports that they're offering that kid close to $10 million to transfer over there. So
yeah, they'll have that, and then they'll have an offensive line because their coach is not going to play games. They're going to still with that running back. You bring back another offensive line that looks anything like that group. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they'll be good. I mean, Miami's going to be good. They always recruit well. They've got a ton of talent.
They lose to SMU.
I know.
Wow.
SMU and Louisville. It's crazy. Yeah, Miami beat 7 ranked teams this year, which I think is tied for a record for the most AP top 25 wins in a season. Obviously, they got 3 of them in the playoff.
But they lost to those 2? Wow.
They lost to SMU and Louisville, both unranked at the time and both unranked pretty much for the entire season. So, yeah, that's when they needed to be. Like, that's where it's, man, if you get in the dance, you have a chance.
Yes.
That's like, of course, you want to be the 1 seed and ultimately the 1 seed won. But, like, if you just make it to the playoff, last year we had an 8 seed win the national championship with Ohio State. This year we had a 10 seed in the national title game with Miami, and they were a couple of plays away from winning it all. Of course, you want to be the higher seed. Hypothetically, that gives you the easiest path, and we don't really know exactly what the playoff format is.
I know Cinderella won, but you're not buying the James Madisons of the world to be in this.
No, I'm talking about it from a Texas standpoint.
Right.
It's like, man, just get in. Just get in. Okay? You don't have to win the SEC. You don't have to be the number 1 seed. You don't need a first-round bye. Like, just find your way into the tournament. If you get hot at the right time, that's never been the case in college football, right? It's always been, you lose one time, you might be done. Now it's just like the NFL, just like the NBA, Major League Baseball. If you get hot at the right time, you can win it all. And Ohio State was obviously case in point last year. I know Miami didn't win it, but like the fact that they got here tells you that, if you're playing your best in the month of December and January, the months, then all right.
I don't want anybody getting their hopes up. And it's happened for Indiana. Yeah. A program that was downtrodden, but I don't want to give the Tulanes or the James Madisons thinking that, all we had to do, if we could win one game, we could win 3. No, you can't.
No,
you can't. Your team would have got destroyed.
No, I hope nobody's arguing for that right now.
Oh, they're talking about Indiana, with their coach going, it can be done. I mean, everybody now, that's James Madison and North Texas of the world saying, you know what, we could get that far. Our program could change like that too. No, you can't.
You tell me when James Madison has 805,000 living graduates around the world. And then I'll believe that maybe they could put up the NIL money to have a chance to do what Indiana just did.
No.
Right. Curt Signetti, by the way, don't forget about this gem from his introductory press conference.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Sweet.
Like, when he said that, there are a couple moments in press conference history that just will stick with me forever, right? One of them is Scott Drew. I know Texas fans hate Scott Drew, but Scott Drew, obviously Baylor's longtime basketball coach, when he took the job at Baylor, he's like, I want to bring a national championship to this school. And even Baylor fans and the Baylor media were like looking around like, all right, this guy's a dumbass. Like, why do we just hire this? Does he know? Like, can we just finish with some winning records? If we do that, this will be very successful. And Scott Drew ends up winning a national championship at Baylor a few years ago. Curt Signetti, I know he had one at other places, but taking over the Indiana job, for him to say that during his introductory press conference at the time,
Google me. That's awesome.
Who is this a-hole? Who does this guy think he is saying this?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Google me, yeah.
Oh, my God. That is one of the greatest press conference clips of all time. And he was right. And now you Google him, he's got more wins and now a national championship on his resume.
Now, you know how they talk about Nick Saban's tree of coaches? It'll be now this dude's tree of coaches. For those coaches that are on his staff right now?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, most of the coaching jobs are filled in college football. So
yeah, but he's got a pretty good foundation of coaches that are on his staff and what it takes to win.
You're right. Yeah, Mike Shanahan. No, not that Mike Shanahan, but Mike Shanahan is the name of their offensive coordinator, and Bryant Haynes is their defensive coordinator. Yeah, I mean, next year's cycle, assuming Indiana is still in the mix in 2026, I feel like those guys could be in line for some head coaching jobs if they want them, or maybe they're just happy there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this NFL coaching carousel, and my God, BK, Hapley, the guy who was at Boston College 3 years ago.
Yeah, congrats to you, sir.
Wow.
Former BC head coach Jeff
I didn't even know who that dude was when he was at BC.
Yeah, spent 4 years on Chestnut Hill.
Man.
Went a rousing 22-26.
How about that?
He left Boston College. He was the head coach at Boston College. He left to be a defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I was like, what is he doing? Why is he going to Green Bay to be the defense? And then 2 years later, now he's got a head coaching gig.
Yeah, good decision, right? He wouldn't have gotten that if he stayed at BC.
No, he would not.
He goes to the NFL, becomes a DC at Green Bay, and then, now Quinn Ewers' new head coach with the Miami Dolphins. I don't know how we got there.
And he'll be looking for another gig here in 2 years. He's a defensive guy. They need an offensive guy down in Miami.
Well, they need an offensive guy to play quarterback more than anything
else.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. They need a QB.
I mean, they did just have an offensive guy with Mike McDaniel, and they didn't win anything So I see why. Usually teams will do this. They will go with the opposite of the guy that they had before.
Yeah, the guy that couldn't get it going offensively or defensively.
Yeah, it's like you fired the coach for a reason. So why would you hire basically the same guy? You go try something different and see if that works. So that's what Miami's doing with the Jeff Hafley pickup. And by the way, Robert Saleh is going to Tennessee. That news dropped overnight.
Well, by the way, he's going to the den of iniquity. Forget about that place.
He was already there with the Jets.
Yeah, why would you do this to yourself?
There's 32 of them, Buck.
I
There's
know.
32 NFL head coaching jobs. And you take
the job that Kyle Shanahan did, he ain't getting tossed this year.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Kyle Shanahan's going to be there for a long time. You would think he's done a great job. And at some point, maybe he'll have to win a Super Bowl. But that team consistently wins. And I think Kyle Shanahan, they need a new trainer in San Francisco.
Yeah, somebody in the training staff or the nutrition staff, somebody's going to get fired from this gig.
Every year feels like they are the most injured team in the NFL. So I don't know. Anyways, a few more thoughts on the national title game. By the way, people are bringing this clip up. This is Steve Sarkeesian at SEC Media Days. Sark was talking about competing for a national championship in today's era of college football with NIL and the transfer portal. And this wasn't a super big deal at the time, but because Indiana just did it, now people are getting on Sark a little bit. Here was Steve Sarkeesian again before the year in Atlanta.
And so I don't know, and we kind of saw it in basketball this year with Florida and them winning the national title. This idea of somebody's going to go 16-0 in college football, man, put a statue up somewhere of that team, because I just don't know if that's going to happen again.
Oh, yeah, Coach, it did.
Yeah, it took all of 0 years for that to happen.
It did. Just a couple of months from when you said that.
Yeah, and it's not like Sark said there's no chance. It's never going to happen. And look, Kurt Signetti's probably going to get a statue at Indiana when his coaching career is all said and done. So Sark may not be too wrong with that take. I
don't know what the name of their stadium is, but they just probably got renamed.
Right. I just found that funny. And, of course, the internet did too. It's like, no, Sark literally a few months ago was like, I don't think anyone's ever going to go 16-0 again in this sport. And then, well, no, this season somebody goes 16-0 in this sport. So, hey, it's possible, Sark. That means you can do it too.
Okay.
They don't need to be 16-0. I just said all you have to do is get in the playoff. But
you don't need, just get to the playoffs.
Hey, if Sark goes 16-0 and wins a national championship, he could have a statue.
Just keep it under the top 50 in penalties, and we'll get maybe we'll get you a medal or something to get going.
We're gonna get him. We're gonna get him a medal if they're top 50 in penalties.
Yeah, just some kind of medal to wear around their necks or something.
Well, considering that'd be the best they've been in that department since, I think, 2021. I think Steve Sarkeesian's first year, the year the Horns went 5-7, was the year that they were penalized the least, as crazy as that sounds.
What?
Yep. They've been like outside the top 75 in each of the last 3 seasons.
Well, I'm expecting a big change. That I'll be expecting to change now that the head coach has a defensive head coach. I expect him to pay more attention to what's going on the entire program now. There will be no ifs, ands, or buts. This is all in. You're paying for some really good players. You've got some really good players. Now your coaches have to go coach yourself to more than just a semifinal. Should be in that championship game.
I mean, I would have said that even if Will Muschamp wasn't brought in here.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, if the same guy was coming back, I'd have said for sure. Like maybe even more so.
You cannot be second to last in the country in any stat, let alone penalties. Are you kidding me? No. That falls squarely on the coach. Everybody associates penalties and discipline with the head coach.
Yes.
You were arguably the second least disciplined team in the sport this year. It killed you.
Yeah, it kills you in a lot of games. It kills you in a lot of ways. I mean, it screws up your discipline. It just shows you at times when you really need to be disciplined, when it really matters, you're not. And those little things that in the beginning of a game you say, well, this just happened to us in the fourth quarter. Those 3 penalties in the beginning of the game, they don't mean shit. Oh, yes, they did.
They did. Yeah, I mean, look, go back to the Ohio State game in week 1, right? Ohio State's first touchdown. Texas had 2 defensive penalties on 3rd downs that kept the Buckeyes' drive alive. They get into the end zone. Texas lost that game by 7 points.
Yeah, and for me, that's what I'm expecting to happen for this team. is those things get changed.
Yeah. Oh, I am.
Those are some you did some drastic maneuvers in order for you to have more attention to pay more detailed attention to what's going on with your team and especially with your offense. So my expectations are you made those moves. Now let's get it done.
I think it goes without saying the second most penalized team in the sport is not going to win the national championship in the sport. Like you don't have to be the least penalized team. You don't have to be as good as Indiana was in the penalty department this year, although it'd be nice.
They were in the top 10. You're right.
You can't be 135th out of 136. So that's an area. I mean, there's a lot of areas that need to be cleaned up, but that's the one most damning statistic for this entire Texas football team in 2025. That has to be turned around, and you'd like to think it will be.
Well, and what I noticed too last night, there's a real physicality in both offensive lines at Indiana and Miami. I mean, their defensive lines are good on both sides, but their offensive lines are just, boy, they get after it in the run game, and their running backs run differently because they're not these gaping holes. Now, the one touchdown run Miami had, if you thought you were going to stick your arm out on that 6'2", 230-pound running back that runs like 4'4", that wasn't going to happen. If you didn't wrap him up around the legs, he wasn't going down by you sticking an arm out there. You know, that was blocked pretty well, but there were some runs that were just physical downhill runs and not big holes, but enough hole to get his body through. And at the end, those guys finished for 2 and 3 yards, you know, on contact.
Yeah, it's a physical game. Very physical game. I mean, it had the feel of a national championship, right? Like you could tell from the opening kick that it was just a little different.
And I really thought Coach Signetti, he was definitely surprised that his team wasn't way more physical than Miami. I know he's seen a lot of film and he knows how good those outside guys, but that big fat dude, number 99 in the middle too, who went out of the game early with his ankle and came back, that dude was taking up space now.
Yeah, well, Miami's defensive line, I mean, it's the best in college football, right? They've got 2 potential first-round picks, one probably top 5 pick with Ruben Bain, and, I mean, they led the country in sacks. They were 7th, I think, in TFLs. I mean, they were top 10 in takeaway. Like, that is an incredibly disruptive bunch that has been instrumental to them getting to that spot.
And I may not have given the linebackers enough credit because like big guys took up so much space. Those ended up being one-on-one tackles with a really good group of Indiana running backs that when they lower their shoulder, that's quite there's a lot of contact last night inside.
Yeah, there was. It was an extremely physical game and a defensive struggle for a while. Obviously, the fourth quarter, things opened up a little bit and the offenses finally got into a bit of a rhythm. But yeah, that game had a little bit of everything, right? Good offense, good defense, impactful special teams, like some controversy, and a lot of lead changes in the fourth quarter. I mean, it was really good. It was a perfect way to end the college football season.
Yes, it was. You're right.
Everybody, obviously Miami fans not left satisfied. If you were rooting for Miami in that game, you were not left satisfied. But that was like, if you're just a neutral party and you're looking for an entertaining game for the last game in the sport for 8 months, that was pretty good.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I know people were bored in the first half. I was like, man, this is fun here. There's some big time hits here. Yeah. Guys are getting hit, and guys are coming up kind of shaking their head like, damn, I haven't been hit like that this year.
228 days until the next college football season begins. Not that we're counting.
Well, you can't count here because you got to be careful of who's walking into town next year in the opener.
Uh-oh.
My guys have been waiting for this down there in San Marcos. They've been waiting.
You're saying they have to walk up here?
Oh, they may walk up here. Hey, don't be surprised if you don't hear about the march from San Marcos.
They're that confident that they're going to win, that they're going to walk up I-35?
Could walk. They'll come the back way. They'll come down Highway 12. They'll come through Wimberley.
There have been times where I have believed that walking on I-35 would be faster than driving on I-35. So maybe not the worst idea in the world for the Texas Staters when they get to town.
Oh, those Bobcats.
That's game 1, first Saturday in September. And we'll see. The national championship game will be played in Las Vegas next year.
Now you're talking.
And it's a week later. I think January 25th is the date of the title game.
Can't wait till we get into March Madness and have these games.
Right. Yeah. I don't know what that means. If there's anything that you could point to that says, oh, no, now that means we're likely to have a 14-team playoff or a 16-team playoff. Like, The deadline is the 23rd. We're supposed to have our answer for what next year's playoff will look like by the end of this week. And
I love when they say, hey, we're at a stalemate between the SEC and the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up with Big Daddy Sankey? He's not come on, pull your weight. Let's go.
Well, here's the issue. Like, both teams want a 16-team playoff next year. Both teams, both conferences, both parties, both commissioners. They want a 16-team playoff. And I think the majority of the conference commissioners out there are on board with a 16-team playoff.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, the holdup is, the Big Ten is like, okay, if we go to 16 now, we want assurances that in a few years, this thing's going to be at 24. And the SEC is like, we don't want to do that. We want to stay at 16. 24 is too many. That's what's happening right now. So I think like most people, I don't know about the fans, but most of the powers that be are on board with 16 teams next year. But the issue is the Big Ten is like, yeah, but you need to tell us that we're not just going to stop there because we got to get Illinois and Iowa in every year.
You know why? Because it just means a little bit more to us right now.
I wonder if the Big Ten, I mean, I'm sure the Big Ten is thinking, hey, we've won 3 of these in a row. Now you guys are going to listen to us.
Of course, that's what they're thinking.
The SEC doesn't get to make these calls anymore. We're now the top dog.
How the hell did they get Big 12 officials? Couldn't they have used SEC officials in that game yesterday? I mean, they're not much better, but they're better than those dudes.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's better than those dudes.
I mean, really.
The replacement refs that we had during that NFL strike 15 years ago are better than Big 12 refs. Thankfully, it wasn't Kevin Marr last night.
I know you were. I was waiting. When I heard it was Big 12 refs, I was looking around for Kevin Marr. So you'd be talking about him all day today.
Yeah, I do remember.
That group was just as bad.
I do remember Michael Vandervelde from our time in the Big 12 as well. Didn't have as many issues with him as I did with Kevin Marr's crew.
They don't believe in pass interference.
Yeah, they just don't believe in calling penalties.
Man.
Which again, I'd rather them err on the side of leaving the flags on the pocket versus being too flag happy. But wow, those teams, especially Miami, got away with a ton yesterday.
I would have definitely. I was really surprised at Signetti. I didn't see him, but when his quarterback, I know he complained about it at half, but when his quarterback got that shot up underneath the chin with the top of the crown and the whole helmet or whatever you want to call, whatever you're looking for that's targeting, I would have gone nuts. I may have run onto the field.
What do they say? No blood, no foul. There was blood on that play.
Oh my God.
Don't you have to call a foul if there's blood?
And a lot of times those dudes, they had that mouthpiece hanging. They don't never even put it in. You see those guys run around the field with a mouthpiece it's on their cage, but I'm like half the time they don't even put it in their mouth. That dude, I'm lucky he didn't bite. He's lucky he didn't bite his tongue off.
Right. Yeah. That was a big time hit high and late.
Oh,
that went uncalled. And obviously Curt Signetti was not happy with it.
There is nothing worse than that helmet hitting your chin. There is no protection. That chin strap gives you absolutely nothing when a helmet hits you underneath the chin like that. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
You're talking about a concussion. You're talking about losing your life, having your chin jammed up into your skull. And that guy came down that line and hit him underneath the chin. I'm like, and he just kind of shook that off. I was like, oh my God.
Have you ever seen that happen? Someone lose their life from their chin going into their skull?
No, but I've seen a guy get the tip of his tongue cut off.
Oof.
Well, when he bit down, because, of course, the freaking mouthpiece that those guys just have on for show instead of sticking it in their mouths. I saw a tip of a tongue off hanging on the sideline. I'm like, good Lord.
God.
I was trying to figure out, is that like a lizard's tail? Will that grow back? Will your tongue come back? Will that come over the top? Will it regrow itself?
Actually, I assume the answer is no, but I don't know for sure.
I don't know for sure.
Did you ever catch up to that dude and ask him?
No, but I saw it later on in the year. I mean, it just scabbed over, and he talked with a lisp for a long, long time.
That's tough.
Man, that is tough. I thought that's what he had when he got hit, because that guy came full speed, BK, down that line.
I didn't realize you coached Lou Holtz back in the day. That's what it was.
I was around at that time, that's for sure.
No kidding. Let's let you hear from Fernando Mendoza before we get to some 2026 odds and some way too early rankings for the next college football season. Here's Fernando Mendoza. I mean, this guy's just a joy to listen to. You talk about a breath of fresh air, just very different from most post-game interviews you get. Here's Mendoza on the field. It's back and forth. Most of his interview with ESPN's Holly Rowe.
Coach decides to go for it on 4th down. What did he say to you in that huddle, and how did you execute it?
That's one thing about our team. We're always going to put all on the line. And, I want to give all the glory and thanks to God there. My offensive lineman blocked perfectly, and we're able to execute the team towards a common goal, have the Indiana Hoosier synergy to score, and then give our team a chance to win the game.
How did you get it in there, though? You had to go airborne, Fernando.
I had to go airborne, and I'll die for my team. Whatever they need me to do, they need me to take, shots in the front and the back, whatever it is, I'm going to die for my team out there, and I know they're going to do the same for me. That's what makes us so close, and that's what makes this national championship so special.
Show my cameraman right there your arm. You can't imagine the beating this young man had last night.
I mean, shout out to Miami defense. You can see why their 2 edges are first-round picks. I mean, it was going to be a physical game. And, we had to play physical, and we did play physical. We elevated it, and it's victory so sweet for everybody, for the entire Hoosier Nation, but also, it's super sweet to myself. I was a 2-star recruit coming out of high school. I got declined to walk on offer to the University of Miami. Full circle moment here, playing in Miami for all the friends and family. I can't thank Coach Signetti enough, and Coach Whitmer, and Coach Anna for taking a chance on me, and just give all the glory to God.
Yeah, I mean, he thanks everybody but himself. It's about everybody around him but him. And, I mean, he plays – he's a fierce competitor because out of all some of those shots that he took that his coach was talking about, he never complained once to the official. He never went to the official and said, hey, listen, that's a late hit, that's a low blow. He just gets up. He just goes to the next down. He's that guy who says, you know what, okay, you got me that time. That's a little late. You got me low. I'll get you on the next play. He just goes from play to play to play. He doesn't look back at the pass. He just moves right along.
Yeah, and he's talking about taking back shots from his teammates. That's a good teammate right there, being able
He'll take one from behind.
He'll take one from behind. Yes.
Yeah, like I said, there was a couple of low ones that the guys on the other side when they came in, I'm thinking the officials are surely going to call this unless the guy has been blocked into him low, because they came. I don't care if you're crawling. When you hit a guy down low and somebody hits you, they get you from the backside, but then another guy gets you in front and they got down below your knees. I'm like, got to call that. You can't let the quarterback get hit like that. But he never complained.
Yeah, we call that an Eiffel Tower where I'm from, sir. Someone's getting you from the back and the front. That is
that's an Eiffel Tower.
Yeah,
very nice.
Interesting. Yep, Fernando Mendoza. What a year. What a year. And he's going to be the first overall pick in April's NFL draft. And
he's now going is he going to a place where good quarterbacks go to die? Caleb Williams, 2 years. That's another place where quarterbacks go to die, and they've changed that around. The coaches changed it around. So
obviously Tom Brady, part of the ownership group with the Raiders. He was there last night in Miami, as were a few other members of the Raiders front office. And that's the best guy you could learn from. So if Tom Brady's willing to coach up Fernando Mendoza a little bit, then that'll help him. I'm fascinated. Obviously an incredible college season, and he's got all the tools to be a really good NFL quarterback. We will see. We will see.
I think what I'm surprised at more than anything is because he's a tall dude. He's got really good balance. You think once he starts to go down, he's going to go down easy. He doesn't. He moves around in the pocket. It looks awkward at times when he takes off and he runs, but that guy those strides of his are long, and he takes up a lot of ground when he takes off and goes. And he can take a hit. He doesn't mind diving into the end zone.
Right. 6'5", 225. He's big enough to handle that.
Oh, yeah.
And he can move a little bit. Obviously not the best athlete in the world, but he can pick up some yards on the ground when he needs to.
And he's not afraid to run. He's not afraid to leave the pocket and take off and run. And he won't be in the NFL. He won't be afraid. Now, he'll slide a lot more, but he'll be taking off. If he needs a first down and a crucial point, he'll do it in any game. You can just tell he's that kind of guy.
That touchdown run, man. I mean, it's hard to call it a Heisman moment. He already won the Heisman, so that is usually reserved for the regular season.
That was a national championship moment right there.
4th and 5. It wasn't quite 4th and 5 national championship on the line right here, like Vince Young's run, but 4th and 5, fourth quarter, one-score game, and your coach calls a draw, a quarterback draw, which is insane. It worked, but Mendoza picks the right hole, breaks a couple of tackles, and then dives into the end zone.
14 yards. But he only needed 5 for the first down, right?
I think it was 12. It was a 12-yard touchdown run. But, 4th and 5. Wasn't a 4th and goal. 4th and 5. They go with the quarterback draw, and yeah, Mendoza looked like he was going to get stopped at the 6, the 5, the 4. He keeps breaking tackles and then Superman's his way across the goal line. That was special right there. And it wasn't the best statistical game of Mendoza's career. He was having to do a lot because his offensive line wasn't giving him a ton up front. But I think, the Raiders are going to love that physicality, that competitiveness, and he put together about as good of a year as a college football quarterback could have. So congrats to him, and congrats to Indiana. One of the most improbable champions this sport has ever seen. Hell,
I thought it was a fun game. I know, but a lot of people were bored. I had some text messages in. Isn't this boring? I'm like, no, man, there's some big hits in here. There's some good football being played.
Watch for 60 minutes. Like
The defense was incredible.
Yeah, hopefully those people who were bored didn't go turn off the game and do something else.
I stayed till the very end of that thing.
If you did, you made a huge mistake.
I did not watch the confetti fall, though.
Okay. As soon as the interception happened, did you?
Yeah. I was like, take that back to the house. Take it back to the house. I was screaming, take it. Oh, I should have been outside. Take it to the house.
Oh, yeah. You lost 150,000 units on that game, sir.
Why are you taking a knee? Come on, be a hero.
Yeah, that would have been hilarious if that guy took it all the way back. You're still up for the year, by the way. But we
got some NFL games, and we don't have to worry about the Texans being a part of it.
There's only 3 more left.
That's right.
How sad is that? Only 3 more football games this season.
Well, you and I will be excited. This Longhorn baseball team, I'm looking forward to seeing year number 2.
Oh yeah, no, there's plenty of sports to still talk about for sure.
Oh yeah, you've got, and you need to pick up some more of your buddies that you lost with that A&M basketball game the other night.
Yeah, we do for sure. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The code of text line 512-222-9328. Let us know what Bucky cost you with his horrible pick.
Oh my God!
And the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter.
I'm glad you were 1 for 4.
I know. I did get the U right last night. Thank you very much, refs, for allowing them to literally do whatever they wanted.
Now, so you wouldn't have been in the mode of letting them play like the onside official was doing. Oh, they're both just hand checking.
No, dude. Like I know it's easy to see in slow mo, but like every single time there's like a jersey just getting totally tugged. Half the time the receiver's shoulder pads were showing after the play.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good when a guy has a guy, when they're doing all the hand stuff and he's pulling his hand down and stuff. When the guy goes and the shirt is like this and the guy moves to the side or whatever and he can't get to the ball because you got, like you said, when the shoulder pads are showing, you got to call that, don't you?
Yeah, they let a lot go last night, and it's Big 12 refs for you. They're not going to do a good job.
No.
All right, we'll take your thoughts. We will get to the 2026 odds for the national championship. Texas fans will either hate this or love this. Plus, some rumors, it's early, nothing official yet, some rumors about a starter on Indiana's team potentially hitting the portal and coming to Texas. Tell you who we're talking about. But first, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to our friends at Centex Tickets as well. If you're looking for tickets to any event, a sport, a concert, a comedy show, a festival, there's always fun things happening here in Central Texas. And if you want to be at any of them in person, CentexTickets.com is the place to get your tickets. Don't waste all of your time going to a bunch of different websites trying to figure out who's got the best deal. Now, Centex has you covered. Plus, they're giving you 10% off. All you have to do is type in the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase. They've got you covered. The best seats, great selection, great pricing. None of those hidden fees either. And, hey, you're supporting a local business every time you shop Centex Tickets as well. Just head over to the website, get everything you need right there at centextickets.com.
And thank our friends once again over at Relax the Back. 2 locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Love Relax the Back.
By the
And
way,
also,
BK, I saw a chair that they advertised during the championship game last night. It was a chair for your lumbar area, $2,600.
where was this?
It was, I forgot the name of the chair company, but it was on the broadcast last night. I said to my wife, I said to her, she goes, "What do you think that chair costs?" I said, and that's got a lot of gadgets to it for the lumbar area and all that stuff. I said, I'm going to say 1,200. She looked it up. 23 was the least amount on one of them. I love support, and believe me, they've got some expensive chairs that you can get Relaxed Back, but for $1,000 or less, you can get a really great chair that supports you for a long, long time.
Absolutely.
$2,600 for an office chair.
That is crazy for an office chair, too. It better be massaging me, and
Oh.
there better be like a built-in bidet in there or something, too.
Oh my God.
I
I
mean,
like the more you said the toilet and the leather chair.
yeah. Yeah,
That
that's
is
what we
deep.
need right there. A more comfortable toilet.
My goodness.
Now we are talking. Love our friends at Relax the Back. Also, shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics, all of our TSU merch, including this koozie that I'm holding in my hand. Hopefully you got one of these during football season. If not, we'll have more events that you can get them from. But love Waterloo. If you have a business or just a big event coming up that needs koozies, hats, shirts, signs, stickers, whatever, reach out to Adam and his great team at Waterloo. They're based right here in South Austin. They will get you what you need, and they will get it to you very, very quickly. 512-300-9641. You can call him. You can text him, whatever you want to do. He will respond, or you can find him on Instagram at Waterloo Printing.
Yeah, that was a big unit loss for me last night. I'm like, come on, Signetti. You really? You've blocked this punt. You're not going to let them come down the field. I mean, Carson Beck is just a close tip away from having one go the other way. I mean, they had their linebackers touched about 5 passes of his last night. Ball's just in the air. You know, you're waiting for a guy in red to come flying by going the other way. They were close, man. They get their hands. They get their, you know, sometimes it's not good depending on who it is. But when you get your hands on a lot of balls in football, that's a good thing, I guess.
Well, Carson Beck, I mean, he's kind of known for making that catastrophic mistake, and it took him until literally the last play of his season for him to make the catastrophic mistake, right? He did enough right against A&M, did enough right against Ohio State, did enough right against Ole Miss to get here and played a turnover-free game for 59 minutes and change last night. But obviously, when the moment was biggest and the lights were shining the brightest, he gave it away. And just bad decision, bad throw, bad everything.
I wonder what that money line was like on Indiana last night. I bet there was a lot of guys that their hearts were pounding all through the night last night. Money line probably 2-1.
Oh, money. I didn't look, actually. I don't know what the money line was for Indiana to just win the game. Yeah, it was probably nerve-wracking after that false start.
Probably more than 2-1.
I think so. I think you're probably right. Yeah, minus 310. So more than 3-1 on IU with the money line. Miami was plus 250. By the way, the total closed at 47.5. 27 plus 21 equals 48. Way to go, Vegas.
Man.
You bastards did it again. They did it again. Incredible.
Because in that first half, you were probably going, you know what?
Oh, my God. If you had the under, you're like, this is the greatest thing ever. 10-0 at halftime.
By the way, I'm going to double up in the second half.
Yep. And then, we got some points. And I'm sure some people got it at 48 or 48.5. But if you got it at 47.5 and you took the under, then yikes. I am so sorry. All right, Buck. We are not even 24 hours into the official college football offseason, but we already have ourselves some odds for the 2027 CFP National Championship. Care to take a guess on who the Vegas favorite is to win it all next year?
Please don't tell me it's Georgia.
I won't tell you it's Georgia because it's not Georgia.
LSU.
LSU? No.
Texas.
It'd be your Texas Longhorns.
Oh, gee.
6-1 plus 600 according to betonline.ag.
They have a lot of faith in Coach Boone, don't they?
I think it's more to do with Arch Manning.
Yeah, I would hope so.
I mean, Texas was the Vegas favorite for a lot of last offseason.
And how did that work?
In large part because of Arch Manning. Obviously, it did not work. This year, it feels more justified because we've actually seen Arch Manning play a full season of college football. But yeah, I mean, there's Texas at number 1. Ohio State, right behind the Longhorns. They are plus 650. Indiana, now the defending champs, plus 700. Notre Dame is also plus 700, so they're tied for 3rd. And rounding out the top 5 is the Georgia Bulldogs. They are 8-1, plus 800.
Where's Roll Tide this coming up for the new year?
Yeah, the rest of the top 10, I'll give it to you. You've got Oregon, plus 850. LSU, 11-1. Alabama and Texas Tech, plus 14-1. Miami and Texas A&M, 16-1. Round out the top 10.
Texas A&M?
So you've got 3 Texas schools in the top
With
10.
With that quarterback 16-1, are you kidding me?
Marcel the Shell Reed is back for the Aggies. And yes, they are 16-1, tied with Miami, who, of course, made it to the national championship game.
And you said Oregon is 8-1 or 6-1?
850.
850?
17/2.
You got their quarterback coming back. It's not a bad play.
Okay, you like Oregon right there. They have the 6th best odds. So you're getting a little bit of value with the Duckies.
That's value.
Well, Oregon has never won a national championship in school history. They've been close a few times, but haven't gotten over the hump just yet.
Are we going to say that Miami's coach did not cost them? I mean, he did pretty well this year. He got through the year without being totally screwing up. I can't fault him for last night. That was a good football game.
Yeah. Now, Mario Cristobal didn't make that backbreaking coaching decision. I mean, the head coach is always going to be held accountable when things go wrong.
No matter what, yes.
Right? That's just how it goes. But no, there wasn't like an excruciatingly bad clock management decision by him or just a game management decision.
Dan Lanning is getting to be that guy.
Oh, Dan Lanning's that guy now.
Yeah, he's that guy.
Interesting. Would you put any money down on Texas to win it all?
Would you say 6-1?
6-1.
Yeah, I'd put a little something down.
Okay.
I'm not going to trust anything until we start getting into what this offensive line is going to be,
right?
What the running back situation, how the runners run with this line. I'm fine with the quarterback, and I want to see if the new defensive coordinator can take the heat because he's going to get a lot of heat.
Yeah,
he better be really, really good. They better be good on defense.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Texas is obviously losing a lot to the NFL. It's going to happen every year.
Well, it's been happening for 3 years for them. So
there's plenty of talent on this roster. And again, I mean, I think Texas has 4 first-round picks coming back for 2026. I really do. Like, I feel so good in saying that. I think there's a better chance the Longhorns have 5 players drafted in the first round next year than 3.
Yeah.
Right? Like Arch Manning, Trevor Goosby, Colin Simmons, Cam Coleman. Something would have to go horribly wrong for any of those guys not to be a Thursday night draft pick in 20.
And if Wingo learns how to just catch the ball, he'll be one of those guys that can leave and go too.
I'm going to say, and then you start looking for a 5th. There's no obvious 5th, but Brian Wingo with a great year could maybe play his way into that conversation. Jelani McDonald at safety is going to be tough. Hero Kanu at defensive line, probably tough. Melvin Siani, the new tackle that Texas just brought in from Wake Forest. I mean, he was tweeting like, my goal was to be a first-round pick next year. Okay, sweet. I have that goal too. That'd be great.
Yes.
We all have that goal. We'd love for Melvin Siani to be so good at right tackle opposite of Trevor Goosby to where he's also in the discussion to be a first-rounder. So just when you have that type of talent, you're going to get love in Vegas, and you're going to get love in these way too early top 25 rankings, and that's exactly what's happening with Texas right now.
Yeah, well, just as long as you beat John Intercept here and then that non-thrower down at College Station, it's all good.
Hey, before we get there, can we just beat Ohio State, please?
Oh, that's another one. That's one of the ones you have to beat, the ones you haven't beat.
Yeah, that'd be nice. And that game obviously happens before OU and A&M because it's week 2 of the season. It would be nice to take part 3 of the trilogy. You couldn't get 1 or 2. Let's get number 3, please.
I think that's such a tone setter, BK, that's one that you almost have to get and to win a championship. We know how well this kid started to play later on in the year. So it's hard to say, well, if he doesn't get that he's not going to do this or he's not going to do that.
Right.
Still too early in the season, but it sure would be nice to get that one early in the season.
It would be very nice to get that one, right? Like if you feel like if you get that game, then I don't want to say you're a lock to make the college football playoff, but you're feeling really good about where you position yourself the rest of the way. And again, we don't know what the playoff's going to look like. Come Monday, we could be talking about this thing being 16 teams, and it's like, all right, well, obviously you get a little more margin for error.
Yes, you do. You're right.
That's the case. But yeah, finding a way to, take care of Ohio State would be very, very nice.
Yeah, the teams that you haven't beaten, when you get a chance to play them, you have to beat them. You can't talk about how close you were or how good it was. You just need to win the game.
Well, that's it. I mean, it's, we're talking about winning national championships now. When you've got these kind of odds and you're going to be a preseason top 3 team once again, potentially
your quarterback's going to be favored for the Heisman Trophy, just like Indiana's quarterback was favored for the Heisman Trophy. You got a favorite right now for sure.
Fernando Mendoza was not the favorite to win the Heisman before the year. What do you mean?
I mean, as the season went on, when you got to about game 7, I think it was about game 7 was when that started to really happen for him.
Got it. My bad. Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, Arch Manning, obviously a huge part of this, is expected to be the Heisman winner and the first overall pick in the NFL draft in 2027. So that comes with expectations, right? There's always expectations at the University of Texas, but you couple those things together and boom, the expectations are even higher. So, look, you got to beat teams like Ohio State to win a national championship. You don't have to beat them in the regular season, of course, but it'd be nice to have some confidence that you could beat teams like that when you go into a playoff versus, oh my God, we keep losing to these elite teams. What are we going to do the next time?
Yeah, it's more so it's the simple things that you win games and get beat on. As we saw, special teams, a block punt, it means a lot. I mean, can Texas get to the point where they're really good on special teams? But there is Niblett. Let's not forget there is Niblett.
You do have Niblett, who is obviously a big-time difference maker, an All-American return man this year. He'll be back next season, which is great news. But, yeah, some other things. Oh, I don't know if we talked about this because I think it broke over the weekend or maybe like Friday after our show. I have some bad news for you, Buck, since we're talking about the Texas special teams.
Niblett is not leaving.
Niblett's not leaving, no. Not that bad. No, we would have led the show with that if Ryan Niblett was leaving. So
that dude is, besides Arch Manning, is probably the NIL king. You can't afford that. He rules a whole special teams just himself. He controls the special team.
I'm gonna go ahead and say Cam Coleman and Colin Simmons are probably the next 2 NIL kings at Texas. Yeah,
don't underestimate Niblett, please. The guy plays many positions.
Yeah.
You don't need another running back. You don't need another wide receiver. You don't even need another DB. You have Niblett.
Oh, you're saying we have Travis Hunter on our team?
Well, you have Niblett. You got what you need. You don't get another player at those positions that you think are important, with the exception of linebacker or defensive lineman or offensive lineman. You could always say we've got Niblett.
Yeah, I'm glad we have Niblett, but let's keep him as a returner, please. We don't want to tire him.
Hasn't he not played in the secondary before?
Yes. I don't know if he's played, seen game action, but he has been a defensive back on the roster.
And a wide receiver.
And a wide receiver.
And a running back.
And a running back. And a center. They ran the Zeke Elliott play one time in practice.
Oh, my God.
Get it.
I
don't want to tire Niblett out. He's too elite as a returner.
There you go. Absolutely.
Save your energy for that one, right? Please. But yeah. I don't think he's the NIL king for Texas football. Oh, the news I was going to get to.
I mean, the news.
Warren Roberson, number 24, has withdrawn from the portal, and he's coming back to Texas.
There went the penalty thing.
Oh, your face. I wish the folks on the app could have seen this. Your head dropped so fast.
There went the penalty deal.
Yeah, so all the talk about Texas being a much cleaner team in 2026.
And we know how his special teams coach just loves him.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that was Jeff Banks begging and pleading to Steve Sarkeesian. We got to pay him. We have to have him back. He can't leave.
Man.
And look, Texas, he's a cornerback. Texas could use some cornerback depth with what's departing. But yeah, I don't, it's supposed to be a good thing, but I think a lot of Longhorn fans are like, oh, here we go again. Get ready for more of those.
I'll just say this. You can replace that dude with that kid that's coming that was at Lake Travis Boswell. He can replace that dude today at whatever he does on special teams easily.
I heard the guy David says subtraction by addition with Warren Roberson. Yep, clearly the staff, they wanted to keep him around because, again, there were reports late last week that said Roberson was going portaling, and we found out over the weekend that he was withdrawing. So they talked to him, and they found a way to keep him around the ATX. But
why?
The first time a
my thought is,
thrown,
why would you do that?
For Roberson's sake, he should change his number.
Yeah, because I keep seeing 24 all the time.
Yeah.
I see him on punt returns, and I see guys disappear because they've been pushed in the back.
Yeah. Oh, no. I assume it's not even when there's a good punt return. I just assume when there's a punt, it could be fair calls. Like there's going to be a penalty called on Warren Roberson. That's just the last 2 years. That's all we've seen.
That it's nobody else volunteers for his position. Nobody's trying to make the club, make it the traveling squad. They're just going, no, just let him do it.
Yeah. Yeah. They always say he's an elite special teamer. And
no, he's not. No, he's not, Coach.
The bads offset the goods. Maybe he does do some good things there, but committing as many penalties as he has.
I think next year I'm going to document the goods so I'll check out every one of these punts and see what he's doing.
Well, your hands not going to be hurting too much. There's not going to be a lot to document there. How much writing down I think you'll have to do. So there you go. Yeah, Warren Roberson.
And he's a good cover guy.
As a corner?
Yeah.
He didn't play a bunch. He did play well against Michigan. He was one of Texas's highest graded defenders in that game. But, had some penalties on defense too. Didn't play a lot, but I think had 3 penalties on defense this year.
Oh.
And a limited number of snaps as he was kind of buried on that cornerback depth chart. So he's got to be less grabby, less handsy. Remember, what game was it where, my God, like before play, he was like playing press coverage against a wide receiver. Someone will tell us what game it is.
Was he offsides by having his hands over the line?
He just like smacks the receiver in the head and gets called for an offsides. It's like, what are you doing, dude? Like this, you don't get many opportunities to play on defense, and this is what you do when you get the chance?
Before the snap even happens?
Maybe Arkansas was late in the season, and it's like, dog, what is you thinking here? That was rough. Mississippi State says Archie QB1. Yeah, I'll believe that. That works for me. Thank you, Archie QB1. So yeah, there you go. Texas, the Vegas favorite to win it all next year. We'll see if they can do it. My only hope is, I have a few hopes. I shouldn't say my only hope. I would like Texas to not be the preseason number 1 team in the AP poll.
I need to be number 3.
It doesn't matter, like anything but number 1, because there have only been 2 teams since the turn of the millennium that have started the year and end of the year number 1. It was 04 USC, and it was 2017 Alabama. That's it. Every other preseason number 1 in the AP poll has failed to win a national championship. I believe in that stuff. I'm superstitious. I believe in sports curses. It can be done, obviously, but 2 times in 26 years?
Yeah.
I'd rather not be in that spot. So, we got a long way to go before the preseason AP poll comes out. None of these way too early rankings have any impact on that. But I fully expect the Longhorns to be in the top 3. I just hope it's 2 or 3.
I do too.
Make Indiana number 1. They just won it all. Shouldn't they be number 1?
They should be.
Where Ohio State, they got, Sayin and Smith and Jackson all back on offense. They always beat Texas. Put them number 1. They should be ahead of Texas, right?
I'm thinking they will be. I think Texas will be 2. They'll be 1. Texas will be 2. They'll have that battle early in the season again.
Okay. Indiana 3. How far are you dropping?
Indiana maybe 4.
Okay.
Or 5. I don't know. Who's coming back? Quarterback's not coming back. That dude is gone.
Right.
He's his little brother. Nobody wants his little brother.
No, he's gone. Hoover's coming in, the TCU kid, to play quarterback.
Yeah, he's pretty good too.
That was Mendoza's first year at IU. They won it with the transfer quarterback. So, I wouldn't count them out just because they have a transfer quarterback. I don't think Josh Hoover's as good as Mendoza.
Both of the backs are back. Damn.
I think they both can come back. There's going to be some decisions to make for No, Black has to go.
Well, Black is the one. The other one can come back.
I believe you're right on that. But they're losing a lot. They're losing a lot from their team. But they also, again, they've already restocked a bunch in the portal. Pretty impressive what they've been able to do.
Well, it doesn't matter. They don't have to win a championship for the next 15 years. Who cares?
How about the next 150 years? They can go back to where they've been forever.
Yeah, it is time for them to go back.
That'd be nice. That would be nice. Yeah, there's a lot of returning quarterbacks next year. Feels like more than what we had this year, right? Like just looking at the top-ranked teams or the projected top-ranked teams. Obviously, Arch Manning back at Texas. Julian Sayin back with the Buckeyes. Dante Moore back with Oregon. C.J. Carr returning at Notre Dame. John Mateer back at Oklahoma. Marcel Reed back at Texas A&M. I'm thinking about playoff teams or teams in the discussion for the playoff.
Yeah, Indiana's guys coming. I mean, the kid from TCU at Indiana, he's a guy who's a returner that's really good.
Oh, I was just talking about going back to their team.
Yeah.
If you throw in the transfers who have already played, then every other, top team is going to have one of those too. But just in terms of, it's easier to project what a guy's going to look like if he's not.
Are you projecting that Shamlis will be back too? Yes. They'll let him in.
He's suing the NCAA right now.
It's in the hands of the state of Mississippi. So believe me, he's coming back.
They've gone to the state.
Yeah, they can make the decision. It sounds like.
How does that work?
I don't know. That's an N. Isn't that an automatic N?
I don't know. I mean, of course, Mississippi wants to keep him, so
yes,
they'll do whatever they can to make it happen. I don't know. I actually don't know how that's going to work.
Now I see why the quarterbacks want to stay. Those guys are making $5, $6, $7 million. I ain't going anywhere.
Well, you could make more than that if you go to the NFL and you're Trinidad Chambliss.
And you sit the bench and just watch for a year,
right? I mean,
go to the film room. Show up early at the facility, watch a bunch of film, go out to practice, and just pray that the starter doesn't get hit.
We're talking about a guy who could be the number 2 overall pick in the draft. I don't know if he will, but the Jets need a quarterback at 2. Mendoza's going to be off the board. Chambliss could be the second-ranked QB if he goes. It's like him or Ty Simpson. So you're turning down a lot of money if you're turning that down.
Yeah, why is he wanting to stick around?
Have you been to the Grove before? Maybe that's why. That place is God's gift to earth.
Really?
Oh, my gosh. I mean, if you like white women, which I do,
there you go.
It's a great place to be. Maybe Trinidad and Tobago does too.
Let me just say this. You like women with the legs. And even a couple, even if they don't have legs.
Women weaken legs. You're right. I have been with a couple who don't have legs. You're right.
That won't stop you.
I'm equal opportunity, sir.
That's true.
We do not discriminate in this apartment complex hold.
No.
It's not our thing. All right. So, yeah, a lot of quarterbacks coming back. It's going to be a great 2026 season. Can't wait for it to get here. And congrats to Indiana, obviously, on winning their first national title.
Google it.
Yeah, you'll be able to Google that forever.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
That is
pause too. Just like
that. Hey, I win.
Pause.
Hey, I just wherever I go.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, winning at Elon College and James Madison, that's one thing, but winning at Indiana is impressive. Again, it's the best coaching turnaround that I think we've seen in sports.
Oh yeah, this is going to keep the Dolly Madison so excited about playing in the 2 lanes of the world. Yes, we have a chance if we can get in there. You do not have a chance.
You don't have a chance.
No.
Sorry about that, Mr. Founding Father. You got no shot.
North Texas. Hey, if we just get there, we got no, you don't. You don't have a shot.
No.
Forget it.
We saw
you
that.
Don't.
All right. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. I mentioned there was a starter in that football game last night who could be considering a transfer to Texas. Tell you who it is. We'll tell you why it would make sense. And we'll talk about if it's possible. But first, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say to our friends over at Hat Creek Burger, of course. It's a great day. I'm going to play some golf today, but before I get out of here, I am going to have myself double with cheese today. No ice cream.
Okay.
I'm back away from the ice cream, but I am having a double with cheese and having myself some of those nice regular fries, no sweet potato fries, but it's meat day for me. It's meat for the meat man. That's right. Meat man is back. Get myself a double, and you can too. Hat Creek Burger has delicious hamburgers, got great shakes, unbelievable fries. And also, folks, they have breakfast at some of their locations starting at 7 a.m. So if you're thinking of breakfast, think about a taco at Hat Creek Burger. Don't go to BK's place. Go to the Hat Creek Burger where tacos are bacteria free. That's what we call it, bacteria free. Also, they've got the playscape for the kiddos. And if mom and dad want to have a little drink at the end of the day, they've got margaritas of some of their locations. But what they do have is the best burgers in Central Texas. Over 25 locations throughout the state. Home bred right here in Austin, Texas. You got to love Hat Creek Burger. You told me at one time they were just a little trailer.
Yep.
Started as a little trailer, did they?
On 6th Street.
Sweet.
Yeah, they've expanded a lot, and rightfully so.
No kidding.
Very good. The Meat Man. It's probably not a nickname you want, but I guess congrats to you for having
Congrats on my new nickname,
Yeah,
the Meat Man.
call you the Meat Man.
Oh, yeah. I
Mm.
used to have the Meat Man that used to come through my neighborhood with my first wife, and I would come back at lunchtime, and they would be having tea.
Is that a true story?
Oh, it's true. Oh, yeah. The Meat Man. I mean, because we had pretty big family. We had 4 kids, so it was like he peddled his meat through the neighborhood in a truck. And their price was okay. But one time the freezer was packed. I'm like, who's going to eat all this steak? These kids don't eat all this steak. Who is here? Oh, the Meat Man came by. I got a great deal. Oh, I bet you did get a great deal.
Sounds like your wife might have been getting it for free.
Like you were getting like the good china was out for tea. I'm like, what the hell is this? I don't get the good china. I get some cup, from for garage sale.
Wow. I'm sorry to hear that, man.
It was all right. I had all the trust in the world, but I didn't like to know that Meat Man was not only just peddling his meat, but having coffee too.
I was coming over peddling his meat and drinking your coffee.
Yeah, no kid.
And doing something else, sounds like.
Yeah, a little truck with a little freezer in the back. I'm like, wow.
Eesh. All right. That's a tough
This is
admission.
one of those stories.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Neighborhood stories.
God bless. Yeah, that guy, he went around the neighborhood. That's for sure. He
Well,
got
it
around.
wasn't just to my house. He had stops that he made.
Oh, all the ladies were getting his meat.
While dad's at work.
Well, dad's at work bringing home the bacon. He's delivering his own. God. Shout out to AV Consultations, our guy Tom McKay and the crew at AV Consultations. Talked about this a little bit yesterday. How about a golf simulator for your place this year? That sounds nice. Huh? It's going to be really cold and freezy and rainy this weekend.
Oh, yeah, man.
Probably being like, damn, I wish I could be playing golf right now. Well, if you have a simulator at your place, you could be playing golf, even in those ridiculous conditions. Tom McKay and AV Consultations, they've got the newest Foresight technology. They can give you a state-of-the-art golf simulator in the comfort of your own home. That's obviously in addition to everything else that they can do for you. We always talk about the TVs, the home theater rooms, the surround sound speakers, the whole home lighting, the surveillance. They do all of that as well. So if you totally want to just elevate your home with new technology here in the new year, AV Consultations can do it because they've been doing that in Central Texas since 1988. Thousands of satisfied customers, including just about every TSU host. They will take care of you. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. Or you can find them online at avconsultations.com.
Sweet. Love it.
Shout out to the Altstadt Beer as well, the best beer that you can find here in the great state of Texas. You might need to drink today because there's no more college football. That might have you in a bad mood. Or, the end of a 3-day weekend. I don't want to go to work today. I'm cracking open a beer instead.
Sounds nice to me.
And you know what my tip for kids in the car line was last week, kids? If you show up to work after like a 6-pack of Altstadt beer, they're going to ask you to leave early.
They're probably going to ask you. Your communication skills are going to be a little off.
So if you want a half day from work, maybe a good way to do it right there. There's some advice for the kiddos, huh?
That's just what they need after coming back.
Hey, wait till you're 21 to drink, kids.
There you go. You got
Please.
plenty of time.
Please drink it responsibly, everybody. Love the Altstadt beer. Bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. German-style beer, brewed locally in Fredericksburg, easy to find, and I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. Get you some. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets. Yeah, Curt Signetti, during his post-game interview, he's like, I'm going to drink a beer. Like, how are you going to celebrate this? Like, I'm going to go get me a beer.
There you go.
Hopefully it was an Altstadt, because that's a beer worthy of a champion. Google it.
Yeah.
Google it.
Google that.
Google D.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
That's incredible.
That is incredible. All right, so we got some transfer portal news. Of course, the portal window for 134 of the 136 college football teams is closed. But for the 2 teams that were playing last night, their players now have 5 days to enter the portal.
There are some negotiations going on starting at midnight last night, I guarantee you.
No doubt about it. Do you think there's a player in either locker room that literally after the game went up to their coach and was like, I need more money? Like, it's definitely happening in these 5 days, but like, do you think there was someone who had the gall to ask for that last night? I think the answer is yes.
With these kids these days, I don't know if they go to the head coach, but they go to the position coach and say, hey, I'm going to need some more money by the spring.
Yeah. Hey, you want to do this again next year? Then it's going to take a little something to keep me around. Crazy to think.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy to think about. But there is a starter on Indiana's offensive line. Their right guard, guy by the name of Bray Lynch. 2-year starter for Indiana, right? Spent the last 4 years there, just wrapped up his redshirt junior season, meaning he has 1 year of eligibility remaining. There's some rumblings about him potentially looking to enter the transfer portal. Why could Texas be a fit? Well, Bray Lynch played his high school football at Westlake High School, a few miles up the road. This would be a big-time get. He was a 3-star out of high school, did not receive a Texas offer, didn't get offered from most of like the big-name blue blood type of programs around the country, but was a part of 3 state championship teams during his high school career at Westlake when they three-peated.
Knows how to win.
Knows how to win. I mean, Westlake hadn't won state since 96 until Bray Lynch got there. Indiana had never won a national championship. They'd never been close until Bray Lynch got there. Coincidence? I think not. I'm not giving Todd Dodge or Curt Signetti any of the credit. None of the other players. It's all Bray Lynch.
He also knows what good quarterback play will mean.
Right. Look, that offensive line has been really good. I mean, they were a Joe Moore Award semifinalist last year. They were a Joe Moore Award finalist this year. Obviously, they just helped Indiana win a national championship and cap off a 16-0 season. No more champagne for the Miami Dolphins, by the way. Let's cut that shit out. Weren't they 16-0?
Yes.
I feel like that bit's going to continue, I guess.
It's the NFL. That bit continues.
Different league. But Bray Lynch, Buck, I mean, Texas needs a guard. Guy from Westlake, multiple years as a starter. Again, he's not in the portal yet.
Yeah, I mean, is there rumor of that, or is that just a hopeful, wishful thinking?
There are rumors of that. Now, the rumors do not mean there's a tweet that says he's intending to enter the transfer portal. There's just rumors that he could be looking to move. And here's what's interesting.
It's going to take him 2 days to wake up from a drunken hangover right now. That guy's in a drunken stupor right now until like Wednesday at least.
That's why you have an agent, right?
That's true.
Handles that stuff. But here's the thing. So Indiana, both of their starting guards can come back next year. But the Hoosiers already added a guard from the transfer portal with Wisconsin's Joe Brunner, a guy that we talked about, that Texas was interested in.
Yep.
There's some thought that like Indiana might be asking Bray Lynch to move to center because their center's done. So guy's got 1 year of college football left. He's been a multi-year starter at right guard. Is he going to be comfortable with being asked to change positions before his last year? Or is he like, you know what, I want to go make some money. I want to go play very close to home, come back to Texas for my final season.
That sounds like one of those moves that makes sense right there.
I'd love for it to happen. Now it's
Mendoza's gone. That's, you can Google all you want to, but they're getting ready to have another quarterback. I don't care who he is, where he's coming from, but I would think about coming home because the quarterback that's here.
Yeah. Yeah. And look, I mean, part of me thinks it's very hard to justify leaving Indiana with everything they have going right now.
Yeah, leading with the ring is a nice thing, though.
Right. But yeah, obviously you win one there, you have a chance to win another one there. And they've got money too. I mean, Mark Cuban's forking over the cash, and they've got a giant alumni base that's spending at a higher clip
Well,
than
they're
they
going to
ever
spend
have.
more now after last night.
Right? So a part of me is like, yeah, it is probably a pipe dream. The kid's not going to want to leave. He just won a title. Why would he want to leave? But again, because of the position change and Indiana just bringing in an offensive lineman at his same position, the fact that he's from Austin, Texas, trying to connect some dots here.
That sounds more like wishful thinking to me.
It is, but multiple Texas people have reported that Texas is monitoring the situation because they believe there's a chance it happens. And I hear that and I'm thinking Texas is talking to their agent, doing whatever they can to make it happen. But, we're not allowed to say that because that's tampering. But we don't tamper. So
we don't care.
You and I don't care, but
no.
We have to act like
we care.
Texas, I guess Texas has to act like they care about the rules, right?
I don't go tamper the shit out of that dude. He's right here from your hometown.
That's it. Yep. Westlake's own. And he's a winner. Google it. And he's very good.
And flowers and Altstadt over to their house here.
Right. It'd be the finishing. Look, I would like to see Texas add a couple more players from the portal, but your biggest need as of this moment is an interior offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Your offensive line would be set. Now, if you wanted to add one more, I wouldn't hate it, but your offensive line would be set if you were able to make this happen, because you'd have Trevor Gooseby and Melvin Ciani at tackles. You'd have Brandon Baker and Bray Lynch at guards. You'd have Connor Robertson at center. That is a good enough offensive line to go out there and compete for a national championship.
Did I see Mendoza's brother hit the portal today?
Oh, did he?
He's not gonna be the starting quarterback because his name is Mendoza. That kid from TCU is going to be the starter, who started at TCU for the last 3 years.
And they're paying him like $5 million. So
yeah, and he's a good player.
Right. Yeah, he is. Yeah, I don't think Texas is looking for little Mendoza right now. I think Bray Lynch would make a little more sense.
If he can block a punt, then that's cool.
You think the backup quarterback can block a punt?
If he can. Somebody needs to here.
You ever seen a backup quarterback block a punt before?
No. And then again, we got Niblett.
Niblett doesn't block the punts.
He will this year. He's going to be everything.
He's going to come from all the way back there as a returner to go block a punt?
He's going to be the guy. They're going to put somebody else back for the punt return. When it's time to block it, Niblett's going in on the corner and blocking punts.
Yeah, all right. If Niblett's elite at that too, then fine. Flip-flopping between return man and...
Well, we need a guard because Niblett can't play there. Every other position outside of that offense or defensive line, he could even play linebacker if necessary.
I figured you were trying to make him a guard with what you're trying
to
do.
No. I'm not going to give him that. No, I don't think that would be asking too much of him.
That would be asking too much of him. So there you go. Bray Lynch. Again, that's the name that you want if you're a Texas fan. Multi-year starter. I think he's got 28 career starts to his name. Maybe last night was 29. 4-year player. So he's old. He's developed. He's won games. He's been a part of very good offensive lines. And Indiana had a bunch of success running the football this year.
Yes, they did.
Obviously, that's what you're looking for Texas. They blocked for the Heisman winning quarterback. That's what you're looking for if you're Texas. So I'm praying that we see that name populate the portal here shortly.
I'm waiting to hear the name of the kid from Maynard coming to Texas.
Prince Will?
Yeah.
Yeah. Still not a lot of smoke to that happening yet. So Ole Miss and LSU feel like the top two. I would love for Texas to bring both of those guys home. How about that? Starting guard is really damn good, and then one of the best edge rushers in the country on a class that's already ranked in the top 3.
That'd be awesome.
Talk about icing on the cake right there. That would be that. All right. We'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch chats are rocking and rolling as well. We got a couple of fun stories to wrap up the show.
I need to see this. This video is the real thing, huh?
It's just annoying. At least I think it's annoying. You might find it cute or funny because you're soft.
Is it worse than the singing kid?
It's close.
Really?
It's close. Real quick, shout out to the Hecht Law Firm. Ryan, Hurricane Hecht, your go-to, my go-to, everybody's personal go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. He's the best at what he does. A guy who's been a good friend of mine for more than a decade, and a guy who's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade here in Central Texas. If you get hurt in a car wreck, 18-wheeler accident, workplace injury, don't call the jabronis you see on TV. They don't care about you. You're not going to get to work with them. When you call Hurricane Hecht, you are going to get to work with Hurricane Hecht. You know, the guy whose name is on the firm. He's going to be there with you every step of the way, fighting to get you every dollar that you deserve. All you have to do is give him a call if you ever need him. Look, he hopes you don't need him. I hope you don't need him. But we know how life is. Accidents happen. If you get hurt in an accident, you got to have Hurricane Hecht on your side. Let them blow their case wide open and flood your pockets with cash. 512-938-8929 or hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
Sweet.
All right. Airline video here.
Please.
So this has to do with sports. This has to do with last night's national championship. We have a flight to Miami where this video is being recorded. We have an Indiana fan on board this flight.
Indiana man, Indiana woman?
Indiana man.
All right.
Indiana fan, Indiana man. He's on board this flight. And, you know, we'll just play the video. There's accompanying sound, so you'll know exactly what's going on, even if you're tuned in via podcast or the TSU app. But this guy just sitting coach in an aisle seat on a domestic flight going to Miami over the weekend.
Like the Buck, loves the aisle seats.
He tries to make it all about him. Check it out.
Oh, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is John, and I like to have fun everywhere I go. I'm going to the national championship game. This won't be the greatest flight of my life if I can't get a Hoosier Riley cry out of you guys. At least some of you. All right? And it sounds like this. Hoosiers! All right? Now, if you're rooting for Miami, find me after the game, and I'll buy you a beer to drown your sorrows. All right? But on three, I need you to say it loud. I need you to say it proud. I may or may not be a little drunk. I'll leave that up to your imagination. All right? But on three, you heard it. Say it loud and proud. 1, 2, 3. Hoosiers! Thank you! Yes!
I'm all right with it.
You're all right with it?
Yes.
Come on.
What's wrong with that? Corny as it seems, that's getting ready to go have the time of his life, the game of his life. That was the game. And he didn't, I mean, even since that's the best thing that's happened to him since his high school days. Since his high school gal gave him that kiss with the tongue after he recovered a fumble. Come on, man.
Well, he recovered a huge fumble and all he got was first base?
Yeah, that's what he got. That's what I'm saying. That's a big deal for that dude.
Dude, if someone tries to do that on a flight that I'm on, you know what I'm doing?
Well,
Shut up, bitch!
come on.
I'm standing up and yelling that.
Yeah, and if the condom girl comes out in the aisle, you're not giving her the elbow. You're like trying to cop a feel on that.
That's assault, brother. I ain't touching nobody. Just don't be making me do a chant on a flight.
You don't have to do it. Just
sit your ass down and shut up and watch the in-flight entertainment.
Oh, come on.
Go watch The Notebook on your phone, guy.
One of the times of that guy's life. That was an important, and he's got it on film, and his daughter has it across the aisle on film. Got her dad doing that. That's one of the big deals of his life.
Oh, you think his daughter was happy with that? I don't think he had a daughter on the flight.
I'll just say this: the day of his funeral,
probably so embarrassed, like, "Oh my God, Dad, would you shut up?"
No, the day of his funeral, they will replay that at his service, and they'll go, who's yours? They'll do that at his funeral.
You know what they'll say, or you know what I'll say? I'm going to crash that funeral, and I'll say, who's dead?
Oh. Who's dead?
That guy is dead.
That guy's dead.
He's dead to me.
Oh my God.
And it didn't seem like that was a flight from like Indianapolis to Miami.
Oh, no,
It
that
seemed
came
like there was a
from
bunch of like
JFK.
Hoosiers fans where it's like, oh, that's cool. Like, yeah, we all want you to do this.
We're coming from JFK. That's where she's coming from.
You're this guy just flying from any other city, going to watch his team in the national championship game, and he's got to ruin the flight for everybody else,
That
doing
guy's
an
coming
icebreaker. Hey, everybody.
guys from Gary, Indiana, leaving out of Austin. Well, the Horns are at home. They got to hear that on the plane.
Yeah, it's like,
Go to
dude,
Miami.
I'm just trying to go to Miami to have a good time. Don't make me chant for your basketball school.
Just having a good time. Let a guy have a good time. Hey, he said he could be a little drunk. You had to be a little drunk to do that.
It's up to my imagination. And I'm imagining. Actually, I don't have to imagine. I know that guy is
You are loaded.
Loser. I did like his opening line, though. I'm just going to play this part again.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is John, and I like to have fun everywhere I go.
I like to have fun everywhere I go.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is John, and I like to have fun everywhere I go.
That dude's an idiot every place he goes.
Yeah, and that's a good opening line right there.
So you knew what to expect, something stupid after that.
Yeah, well.
I'm okay. I'm okay with that. That's 10 times better than the singing nun or the singing girl or whatever that was. That's better than the condom lady. That's better than, you're a bum. I mean, well, no, that's not better than Google me, you bum.
I'm Instagram famous,
I'm Instagram famous. Yeah, no, that's the top of the heap still.
All right, if you don't know what the Buck is talking about, here's this video from a year, maybe 2 years ago.
2 years ago now.
That he loves so much.
Call me again.
Oh, wait, it is cleaned up. I was going to say NSFW, but it's cleaned up. Here we go.
Call me again. Call me again. Yeah, you did nothing wrong. I said shut up. No, you shut the up. You shut the up in here.
Goodbye.
You shut the film me. I'm Instagram famous. Bum. Shut up.
You bum. That's the best. You're a bum. You're on this plane, you bum. And I'm wearing a condom as an outfit.
Film me. I'm Instagram famous, you bum.
That's great when you call somebody a bum. They're on the flight with you, but you're calling them a bum.
See,
and you're getting kicked off.
That's actually funny.
That is funny.
That's entertaining. And that's also a hot chick that I'm getting to look at.
Or they're wearing a condom, a onesie. She's wearing a onesie on a plane.
I didn't get any of that from old John, who likes to have fun everywhere he goes. I got no fun. I got no entertainment. I got no breasts.
Hey, he's just a regular dude trying to have a good time everywhere he goes.
Now, if you're a regular dude, you sit down and shut up on a plane. That's what regular dudes do. You just sit on the plane. You have headphones. You're watching a show. You're listening to music. You're taking a nap. You're reading a book.
I'll just say this. I've never partaken in any of those kind of activities. Instagram famous girl, calling people a bum, or doing cheers on a plane. I've been involved in happy birthday.
On a plane?
Yeah, somebody who had a birthday, such and such as, Southwest Airlines, such and such is having a birthday, and people start singing happy birthday, and I did that. I sang happy birthday. That's as close as I got to having fun on a plane.
No wedding ceremonies on a plane?
No.
You actually sang happy birthday, though? You participated in that?
I participated.
Some random person?
Some random person. They said the guy's name, and I sang it. I was there. I was part of that. Okay. Does that make me a little suspect?
There's a lot of other things that make you a suspect for a number of things, but
happy birthday is okay.
I just would you want that if it's your birthday? I'm not mad at you for that one. I'm mad at the person who's like, hey, flight attendant, it's my birthday. Would you tell everyone to sing for me?
Probably said it's John's birthday. He probably didn't do it, but the person he was flying with did it, and his name got called out over the air, and people started singing that. Nothing wrong with that. Come on, man, have some fun. I know that's not fun to you.
This is surprising from you because you're always like, we got places to go. We're flying. And now you're like, let's have some fun on the plane.
Oh, no, we do have places to go. Now, if you're screwing with the pilot because, you want everybody to go Hoosiers, and the pilot's getting distracted, we can't have that.
Right.
That's not distracting there. The little girl singing is the worst.
Right. Yeah. Hey, congrats, guy. You started watching football last year. Shut up. You weren't a college football fan until last year. Don't be making me do chants for your school.
Let's do your basketball chants. Oh, you're not even good at that anymore.
Oh, they sacrificed hoops to be good at football.
Somebody sold their soul to the devil, didn't they?
That's a good trade, I guess.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, winning a national championship makes it worth it. I would, with all due respect to our swimming and diving teams, sacrifice their success for a few years for a football national championship.
Wow.
Sorry about that to those who are offended, which would be the swim teams, the coaches, and the parents of the swimmers and divers only.
And nobody else?
Nobody else out there. That's where I'm at for sure. I mean, our men's basketball team already has been sacrificed, so we can't give them up.
No. Oh, no. You just did that on Saturday.
Oh, man. All right, birthdays. We could bring on the boys for this. Also, a little screen share picture of something I got to show the people. That would be perfect for crosstalk and the four of us. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You know what? I'll show this screen share picture first. Why not? Then we'll get to birthdays and national days and whatnot here. I was scrolling through Randall's yesterday, and I came across a $35 toilet paper roll.
Damn.
This is the Charmin Ultra Soft Forever roll, and their slogan is "Go up to 1 month." And it is, I mean, literally a giant roll of toilet paper, the biggest one you've ever seen.
Looks like
depends on how many daughters you have in your household.
This is based on the ladies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Women are known for using more toilet paper than men.
Yeah, they have to pat down their different areas more than men. Yes.
You're right, but girls,
and they clog up the toilet. They use like big sheets of it, and just like dump it in there.
they clog it with that. I thought it was their tampons that do that.
No. You need 4-ply because they use a lot of toilet paper.
They do. They really do, man. It's like, what are you doing in there?
Yeah, I mean, girls don't poop, so we don't have to worry about that.
Oh, that is one thing too. You're right about that. I don't know how they hold that for so long. How many months they can hold that?
What's that smell in there then? Is there like a dead rat in there or something?
I guess so. Anyway, someone have their phone on, their computer on, getting dinged all over the place here.
I don't think it's me.
$35.
So are y'all in on, like, this could have helped me this past weekend after what I ate. Wags, it seems like this could have helped you yesterday.
It looks like it's only 1 ply though.
It's Charmin Ultra Soft. It's like,
okay,
it's 2-ply.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need more. I'm gonna need some cushion.
I think it was 2-ply. Like I looked at it. I think it was 2-ply.
It's like what they have in public restrooms, right, Buck? Like when you go to a restaurant, airport, whatever, with the big thing.
No, that's only single ply. That's only single ply, dude.
Oh, okay. Is that why my finger goes through it every time?
No, that's why I use the whole paper towel. I get paper towels from the deal and bring them back with me.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got to get
that doesn't look good in your home. That's your wife's not going to. If you got a woman, she doesn't have that big thing. Look, she's like, no,
can't do that.
And by the way, she's not listening. But by the way, my wife, the roll has to come off a certain way. See that way? That would be backwards to her.
Yep.
So mine's the same. Like the paper has to come forward, not backwards. The paper has to fall in front of you. It can't fall away from you. My wife.
What is that deal? What I mean,
I don't know. I don't get it. My wife told me it's so that they can see if there's a spider underneath of it or if there's any critters or creatures.
What?
If you pull it the certain way, a spider could be underneath of. I don't know. That's the explanation she tried to give me.
It needs to come down below.
Yeah, it needs to come towards you. It needs to go towards you.
Yeah. It has to come towards you. Wait,
all of it does. Either way, doesn't it?
Somebody likes the other way.
No, if you put it on the wrong way, it can go away from you. Right.
People like that?
I don't know. I don't know why they would.
I don't know. All I know is I get reprimanded every time I put it on, and now I put it on so it flips out this way to me.
Yeah, you should.
It goes down below, and you go reach down, and it comes that way.
No.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal.
I would
argument at your house.
I would just put it anyway. In my prior life. When I moved in here with this lady, I mean, it was a big deal.
It's called.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It's caused an argument before. It has caused an argument.
Yes, it does. It does. When they get tired of cleaning and then they see that.
I told you to put the roll of toilet paper on. I did put the roll of toilet paper. Well, you didn't put it on the right way. What
BK,
the right way?
That's a thing. That's really a thing. This
Yeah.
is not
Really is a thing.
This is a thing.
I'm on your wife's sides. With
What?
this. I would be your wife in this situation.
Honestly, I don't think I was paying that much attention to detail. I was
never doing
wiping
it.
my ass and putting a new roll on the spin wheel
It's
thing.
easier.
As long as I
It's
can get
easier
it.
to pull. It's easier to pull because it's closer to you. Number one.
I get
Number
that.
two, I don't want to be touching the wall. If it's
Well-
behind, you gotta make contact with the nasty ass wall wherever you are.
Listen, I don't care if it's on the back of the seat cover. If it's just
That's-
sitting there or on the
that's the
floor.
other
Who
one, too.
cares?
Watch the bathroom.
I'll leave it on the
Clean
back or on the
bathroom.
vanity. And now that's big time trouble. That's
Yeah, as long as
you
it's in the
can't
same
make the
room
effort.
I'm in.
Yeah, you can't make the effort to put that on the holder. I'm like, it's right here. Right, I just grab it. Easier to throw away.
Oh, I
I
can't
don't
even
even
imagine.
think I'm paying that much attention. I'm just putting the damn roll on there so I don't get yelled at.
Yeah, that's
I just
me.
need to wipe
Now
my
I'm
ass.
now I'm paying attention and I hate myself for doing
Right.
it.
Yeah,
Like,
me too.
What's next? You want me to sit there and make the triangle like the damn maids do and shit?
Yes.
Like, what's next?
You guys
yeah,
don't
but
do
yeah.
that?
Yeah.
No, are you really nuts?
DK.
No, I'm kidding. That's ridiculous. I always wonder when I see that at someone's house. It's like, who wasted their time on this? Like this is
somebody
going.
showing
This
off.
is going right in my ass. Why? It doesn't matter what it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Like, who cares?
it's the same thing like when you go to a dinner party at somebody's house and they have like the utensils all wrapped up in a napkin like at a restaurant. I'm like, you need a fork? It's in that fucking drawer over there. Go get it. And the napkins are behind the sink. Help yourself.
All right, real quick, guys. Today is National Cheese Lovers Day. Speaking of this conversation, anyone have a favorite cheese or way to consume cheese?
I like that Tillamook cheese.
Ooh, okay.
Tillamook, good stuff.
The brand, like just the sliced cheese that they sell in the stores,
I like Tillamook anyway. It's
Okay.
good cheese.
like that.
I'm a cheese eater.
You know what I like, boys? Government cheese.
There it is.
Oh no,
Queso.
I hate government cheese.
That's the worst part of football season being done. Although baseball season, you can get those government cheese nachos too.
Yeah.
So that's
Government-
right around the corner.
Government cheese and the military cheese, which I
That's
have.
the same thing.
Thank you very much.
I didn't get that at House Park because they were under construction. I was very disappointed, and I was at Burger Center. I don't think I was at Burger Center this season, so very disappointed because Burger Center has the best government cheese. Those nachos are the best, especially when you hand them down the when one family has one thing of cheese and then they've got the jalapenos in them and they pass them down the aisle and the little booger eater's got his fingers having his nose. He puts them in there and they pass it. I love watching that. That is like the grossest thing.
That was the taco I ate on Friday, I think.
It was passed down. You think that taco got passed around?
This past week when I was in Tulsa doing my event there, my neighbor was a concession stand and they had those government cheese nachos right there.
Oh yeah.
Right next to me. Ate about three little things of them.
Oh, man.
We got to call Double R or Wags. I mean, we two of us got to start calling some baseball games here.
Oh
this
yeah.
spring so we can get access to those nachos.
Exactly.
I'll do it.
That could be
Exactly.
fun.
I'll do it.
Birthdays. Buck, your guy, JJ McCarthy, 23 today. He sucks. Buzz Aldrin.
My
Isn't that
age.
the guy in Toy Story, 96.
Yeah, that's my age. I was thinking of that.
Bill Maher, 70. Paul
Young
Stanley
guy.
of Kiss is 74.
Paul Stanley's still with us, right?
I believe he's still with us.
Is that the guy with the tongue?
No, that's Gene.
That's Gene.
Oh,
That's Gene Autry.
oh. Gene's the one with that good-looking wife, right? Shannon
Tweed. Yeah.
Ooh.
That's good.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure she's still beautiful, a beautiful old woman,
No,
but
she's still solid. She's still solid.
But yeah, like back in the 80s and 90s, she was an absolute smoke show.
Dude's got a long tongue.
Paul Stanley is the star on the eye. That was
Star
his
guy.
hit.
He's a
The
drummer,
Phoenix.
right? Is that the drummer?
One of the
Paul
guitars.
Stanley was the lead
Oh,
singer.
guitar. Yeah, okay.
Stacey Dash, 59.
Oh,
Stacey Dash.
oh,
And I think one that all of us like, Rainn Wilson, a.k.a. Dwight from The
Dwight
Office.
Schrute. Yeah.
is
There it is.
60 years young today.
Oh,
There you go.
he's just
There you
hitting life. He's just hitting
Dwight
his
Schrute is 60 years old.
Dwight Schrute is 60 years old.
Wow.
Or young.
Rainn Wilson. Wow. What?
Rainn Wilson.
I don't think he's been in anything else besides that.
I've seen it in another commercial. That's about it.
Yeah, a lot of commercials, and he's had like some roles in movies, but I don't think he's ever had a role nearly as prominent as Dwight Schrute. And that's the best one. So who cares?
It's one of those guys where you'll always be that person. You'll always be that role, no matter
you
what.
Can't do anything else. You're done.
Yeah.
And who cares when you have a role like that? That's all you need to be. That guy is printing money.
No kidding.
Still,
all right, boys, I gotta go play a role. I gotta go play the role of Tiger Woods.
Later, Buck.
Later.
See you on the live tour, guys.
Get hit by a golf club.
See y'all tomorrow.
Stacey Dash and When It All Falls Down video by Kanye West. If you don't know, now you know.
There it is.
Make sure you go look up Stacey Dash,
Stacey
aka
Dash.
Clueless. I used to use Clueless as like a way to kind of make out with girls. I had it all memorized. I had some schematics. I had some schemes. We got it done. We're going to get it done today, too, on a 2-for Tuesday. Welcome to another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That's Double R. Hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Brand X/Twitter, and then on InstaFace on the Wagner Wire. You can hit me up there. And then on InstaFace/Twitter, my partner in crime, he is the Rodney Rodriguez, and then on InstaFace, he's actually the _ Rodney Rodriguez. On Twitter, he is the Rodney Rodriguez. Hey, the code of text line is 512-222-9328. Hit that, smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already on the YouTube channel, so you can get your crowns and put them on your head, and let's get talking, baby. National championship. You know what? I think regardless of the outcome, I was going to be happy. Right, just because I feel like we've been talking about this. The committee got it right. We saw an awesome game, an awesome national championship game. We saw an awesome college football playoff. The tournament was fantastic, except for the quarterfinal. We all know that, the first round, rather.
Yeah.
But to me, I found myself basically hate watching for Carson Beck, and I don't know why. I just did not want Carson Beck to win last night. The story, Indiana getting their first, national championship, and maybe they're potentially building their program up to be, a stalwart, or just one of those programs, putting them on the same type of conversation, or putting them in the same conversation with the Georgia or Alabama. Maybe that's too soon. We'll have to pump the brakes there. You know how I feel about consistency in a program. But yeah, I was happy and pleased with the outcome last night. I again, like Beck, big arm Beck. He's got a strong arm, but dude makes really bad decisions. And correct me if I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong on this. I did not look this up. This is just, I'm kind of going off of basically just, instant memory. Did Beck's did all of Miami's losses end on a Carson Beck interception this year?
That's a good question.
I know 2 of them did.
Yeah. Well, there's number 3 right there.
Right. Or that's what I'm talking about. I know last night and one other one did. I can't remember if the third one did.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe
exactly
SMU.
3, rather.
I think SMU it may have been. I don't know. Yeah, CB, I got that, and I replied. I thought I was replying to you and Wags, and I actually replied to the world. So whatever. But yeah, that girl was
I'm sorry, I missed it. What was it?
He sent us a Bella Danger. They found her last night in the crowd, and she was a hot mess. Upset.
Man, you all are all about this Abella Danger. Can I be honest? I haven't even seen a video of Abella Danger. I know who she looks like. I know who she is, but
she's a very pretty girl. I mean, she's.
I'm just gonna be transparent. I need something up front. I need some boobs. I need boobs, and she doesn't look like she's got big boobs.
Yeah. Well, she's
sorry, I'm
that
shallow way, I guess.
I've been told she has skills, but anyway, I don't know.
Told she has skills. Okay.
I might have to investigate, but you can't watch that stuff in Texas. It seems like every time every time somebody checks, they tell me.
No, I don't think you can watch it in Texas anymore.
There are a few I've been told, but anyway, but
well,
the game.
Let me know. Let me know.
I just kept going back to last night where the game started and I'm like, okay, I want Indiana to win. I got a lot of friends. I got a lot of friends that are alums of Indiana, with racing stuff. And,
sure, yeah.
yeah, so I kind of, and I love the story. And then as this thing went on, I'm like, this would be a good game for Fernando Mendoza to choke this thing away. I mean, to kind of humble him a little bit. I was like,
hold on. You think Fernando Mendoza has a problem being humble?
I wanted to find out. I want to see him in defeat and see how he would have been, because, well, we're going to see him because he's going to the Raiders, for crying out loud. So we're going to figure that part out. But I kind of, a little piece of me wanted to see how he reacted if they lost. But then as the game goes on, it's like, okay, now I want Indiana. Look, we were treated to a really good game. And it was two good stories of the last team in and the team that eventually wins. To me, the coolest thing was that in this day and age of college professional football that we're watching, that it's a team that's kind of all put together with a bunch of cast-offs and a bunch of 2-stars, and they end up winning in a day where you go buy your team. That's what I take out of this.
Okay.
Yeah. I like that part.
Okay. I don't know if I can really. Are we calling them cast-offs? It looked like they were, going into the portal and getting the most mature players, but I wouldn't exactly call them cast-offs. And if you're pulling people from each program, right, taking the best players from each program with you wherever you go, are you finding cast-offs or are you finding the best players? I mean, I guess they are cast-offs if someone else's treasure is, or someone else's trash is another person's treasure. I guess they are, castaways or cast-offs, right? But no, I mean, that's a good point. I thought it was a great game. I didn't know if Indiana would be able to get to the edge or be able to move the ball down the sidelines, on this, just because of the speed of this Miami team. Then I kind of had a notion that they would go inside the tackles to kind of gouge and run that way. And sure enough, that's what they did. Black had a fantastic game last night. And then Mendoza being able to utilize his wheels just enough to be able to keep Miami off balance. He did what he needed to do. Probably the first time I've seen him in like a game manager situation, maybe except for Penn State, right? Like Penn State, he did lead that comeback win. Or at least the last drive, rather, I don't think it was a comeback win, but that final drive, getting them down there against Penn State, and then basically kind of a little bit, flashes of that last night, but able to just utilize his wheels too. Which, I mean, I kind of said if there was a little bit of, maybe an Achilles heel to him, no pun intended, it might have been his feet or maybe his wheels, but he was able to put that on display last night. He can do just enough to get out of the way. I mean, he's not going to get the edge on you, but he's got a big enough frame to get you 4 or 5 yards if you need to, when he needs to extend the play.
Yeah. He really is the deal. I mean, I think a lot of folks are comparing him to Tebow, just kind of in his mannerisms and so forth. And, but
Tebow, who's comparing him to Tebow?
I've heard that a lot, to where it's like just the mannerisms.
Okay. I hadn't heard the damn thing about him being compared to Tebow. As a matter of fact, their play style ability can't be further from each other, right?
Yeah. I mean, Tebow is more of a bruiser. I mean, that dude, big bulky guy. Where Mendoza, he has
Is Mendoza a Catholic dude? Is he like, does he love the Bible? Not that there's, I mean, I follow God and everything too, but I don't thump the Bible or anything like that.
His first thing is usually, giving praise to God. Although I heard him last night when I texted you, I swear I heard him say all the glory to God, and then he said F yes. I swear I heard that. I may have been wrong.
Are you sure he didn't say flipping yes? I've heard him say we're flipping champions.
Yes. Freak yes.
Freak yes. Yeah.
But it's like
a great game. Fantastic game.
It was. I mean, we were treated to a really good game to finish out the season. And I do think that it is, yes, Bear, just very inspiring that compared to the past two national champions, this is a full team effort. And it, and when I say cast off, I mean that more of overlooked, I guess, is maybe the word that I should use, to where it's like Mendoza, for example, where he couldn't get a look for Miami when he wanted to go there, the hometown school or whatever. And he goes out and kind of works himself up. And here they are with Curt Signetti, and they've been on this magical run that they finish off just in it's a very team first thing, to where right now college football is very, I mean, we're sitting here watching these numbers that are thrown around. where you go out and you buy the team. Essentially, this team was bought too, but a very low number. This team was bought at General Dollar, where everybody else is going to Target. So that's kind of the thing that I go with there, which it's inspiring to see that team win.
I got you.
Will they win again? I don't know.
Tail of the tape. What do you think? Perfect. I mean, besides the special teams play, of course, we all know that it needs three usually when you can get scores from all three phases of the game, usually that's going to be pretty indicative or it's going to lead to success. Besides that play, was there anything else that kind of solidified it or kind of, put it in favor for Indiana every year? Was there any type of one play significantly?
To me, it was just a series of plays to where when I wanted to see them get tested. I wanted to see Indiana, with their backs up against the wall, and Miami was like right there with them. I mean, this was a contest the entire time. The first half was kind of whatever. But if you're a football fan, you love the first half. But then in the second half, it's like, okay, they seem a little vulnerable, but they found a way. They found, kind of like we were talking about with the Patriots and how the Texans defense kept them in the hunt right there. That's kind of what I saw last night. I wanted to see Indiana tested. And they passed the test. And that's when you start making special teams plays. And that's when it's only fitting that Fernando Mendoza makes that touchdown at the end of the game to seal this thing. I mean, that's the perfect ending to the story.
I want to go with that. I want to lead with Mendoza's touchdown gallop as like the defining moment. But honestly, I think it's before that, right? I think there's so many plays that he made just with his arm, and maybe it's not even on Mendoza. Mendoza throwing the back shoulder fades to Becker like that. That's probably my turning point, the pivotal play, right? When Miami just couldn't get off the field. That is a nail. That's it. Technically, it wasn't the nail in the coffin, but that's a killer. That's an absolute dagger in the heart, man. When you're trying to get off the field, and then Becker Becker exactly wasn't killing it all season long, but he has started to come alive in the past couple of games, right? And then he just, for some reason, if it's not Cooper or if it's not, Surratt, making some big plays for conversions, here comes Becker out of nowhere. Indiana's just got the dudes, man. You call them the castaways, I call them dudes. They're the best team out. They've been the best team on the field from day one. They're the best team on the field. I mean, hoisting up the national championship. And again, like big play Becker, like that's it's probably a series of plays, right? But it's the three catches that Becker had. Just being able to come up in big moments, clutch plays, man.
Yeah, and for Miami, I mean, the fact with them is that they were in this game the entire time. I mean, that's
running the ball, right? Fletcher was fantastic.
Absolutely. I totally enjoyed this game because
did he not get in a fight?
Yeah, afterwards, I think it was afterwards to where, and that's that thuggism of Miami that's where, looking back at this, I mean, we that have watched college football for so long, they
have a brand, don't they, Miami?
I know. I told somebody yesterday, I'm like, man, I don't want Miami to win because they're a bunch of thugs. And the guy's like, dude, you're thinking about 2001. You're thinking about 2002, 2003. This is a whole different thing. And I will say that I think Mario Cristobal, much maligned Mario Cristobal, he did a hell of a job getting this team to this point. I mean, he didn't make the coaching errors that we want to talk about. I mean, he found a way to get him in the playoffs and get him to the national championship game. I mean, they fall short, but I think that dude gained himself a little bit of respect.
Mario Cristobal is the epitome of doing simple logic football. This is what happens when you can just do the simple things right. Yep. Okay. And with Mario Cristobal, what does he do wherever he goes first? The first thing he does, it's inside out. That's all he's ever done. It's inside out. It's trench warfare first. You build that up. You find your quarterback, or it's probably you find your quarterback while you're building up your trench warfare and simultaneously, right? But then also, like, if you take care of the hog mollies up front on both sides of the ball, you will be in every game. You don't need Carson Beck to come out here and throw the ball for 300 yards when you got Fletcher, getting over 100 yards a game, or when you have linemen that are able to block downfield for 5 yards and allow Tony to
take a damn slant pass and pick up 2 or 3 blocks and then take it to the house. Miami's young and talented, man. They'll have to reload and find their quarterback or their floor general, their field general here. But when you build simple logic football, right, from inside out, you're going to be okay. You're going to be set up fine. They're in the ACC. You'd like to think that they'll be able to dominate that still. I don't see Clemson coming back and taking the reins of the ACC, especially with Miami doing what they were doing. They went up against a very talented Indiana team on both sides of the ball and put up one hell of a contest, man. They were right in it. What was the line at the kickoff? Was it? I know it was 8.5 when we were talking last night. Did it shave down any at all? I didn't.
The last one that I saw. That's the last one that I saw.
Okay. But I mean, it was a 1-score game. It was a fantastic game, and it was back and forth in the second half, man. Not much more that you can ask for if you're Miami, except for build up on that line a little bit more. Maybe you get what you have, probably the most electric player in all of football right now with Malachi Tony. He's 17 years old, so he's going to be there for a bit. You can build around that, and hell, man, look out. The ACC is on notice. They're probably going to get ran by the Hurricanes here, and ACC's got some chest thumping too against the SEC. You want to sit here and call the number one conference? Well, I wouldn't exactly call the ACC deep, but they got some talent in that ACC, man.
Well, and the thing about it was, really
Tony's only 7. Malachi Tony is he reclassed. He's supposed to be a senior next year. He's a junior. So it's incredible.
He's only 17.
Oh yeah, a little winger, huh? A little winger. She's only 17.
Very creepy.
You know how to say that in Iraq? I taught my interpreter how to say that in Iraq. See a fuck sabotage.
Yeah, I
love
that song.
Technically, it's Farsi. So
I love that song. And as my daughters, got a little bit older, I would play it, and they're like, "Dad, that dude's a weirdo."
It is a little weird. It's a little weird, Rodney.
Yeah.
It's a little weird song, Winger.
Yeah, she's like, he's weird, and you're weird for liking it.
Yeah, you are. You're a weirdo. We've established that you are the weirdo here.
Speaking of that, #BeNasty is offering up passwords for us to look up and Angelia White.
What are you talking about?
I'm assuming it's along the lines there of Miss Danger, offering up to you that we'll get a password and we can look up some of these
who
professional football fans. Angelia White.
Oh, all down under, the Australian. Yeah,
down under. I like her.
She's
already.
Down under.
I like her already. But the thing about this game last night, it was so cool that you had. It was very fundamentally driven. I mean, like you're talking about with Crystal Ball. I mean, you got that dude, and then Curt Signetti. I mean, that dude just oozes fundamental. That's like your high school football coach.
Curt Signetti,
the guy that would put his foot in your ass.
Curt Signetti looks like he's going to a poker game with my grandma, like at my grandma's house.
Going to the bingo.
With all her girl or bingo. Yeah. Like he looks like he's on brand for going to a bingo game or going to play nickel and dime poker with my grandma. And you know what? He's probably going to take all my grandma's money. Right.
Yeah.
And smoke her cigarettes. That's what Curt Signetti looks like.
He's like that.
Signetti, huh?
With him on the sideline, he's that get out of my yard neighbor that you had back in the day.
He is like, he just never. Maybe he's just that focused. Maybe that's just him in the moment, and he's just
great.
In.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, we had a neighbor. We had a neighbor back in the day. We'd play street football, and we'd kick the ball. It'd go in this dude's yard, and he'd always, come out, get out of my yard.
Just be ready as soon as the ball went in the damn yard.
Yeah. And this dude had to be throwing back like jacks or old Milwaukee or some shit, because every now and then he'd come out with like a 12 gauge. Get out of my yard. It's like, I know this dude ain't gonna shoot me, or at least I hope. Eventually he got shot by his wife, but that's a whole different story of this. It became a homicide. But yeah, it's like, he's just grumpy. But then he turns into, the whole thing with I'm gonna drink a beer. I mean, it's a good way to end the season. I thoroughly enjoyed the game, and a lot of good
not
stuff.
Losing his shit when Indiana having the uncharacteristic moments of just stepping on their own foot or whatever with the penalties and false starts and offsides. Very uncharacteristic for Indiana. I thought, matter of fact, that false start on what was it? It was 2nd and 1, right? It was 2nd and 1. They came out. Black had one hell of a run for 9 yards, and it continued to move the clock, right?
just draining time off the clock. I think at that time, Miami only had one timeout left, right? And all you had to do was basically convert the first down and the game was over. The game was absolutely over. They have a false start, very uncharacteristic. One of the most clean teams all year long, unpenalized, right? And then, of course, just maybe it's fatigue, maybe it's nerves, but yeah, just penalties kind of allowed Miami to kind of drag this thing out. And then it goes from 2nd and 1 back to 2nd and 6. They weren't able to convert after that. And you have, like, I was watching it with Reed, with my son, right? You have to run the ball at that time to make Cristobal expend all of his timeouts. Sure. Give them the ball back. It sucks that you have to do that, but or once you convert the field goal, you got to give them the ball back. But damn, man, you'd like to think that if you get that first down conversion, maybe you even kind of walk it in and get it down close enough to get it into the end zone, man, and just kind of control the game. You don't even have to put it back into Miami's hands. That's the type of little things that can kill you right there, right? Like the game of inches that we talk about, all those nuances, that's it right then and there, man. Just one little inch, one little nudge, and it moves you back 6 yards or 5 yards, and you can't convert the first down.
Yep, absolutely. Hey, Lindell, we're sorry here, man, but they just won the national championship, and they won it in a pretty cool way. I see that you're going to leave us, but hey, man, come back. You missed the segment yesterday. We talked about Texas basketball, and that was fun.
No one here went to UT. I graduated from UT.
I didn't, but
my bad. Hope you have a good day, Lindell.
Right here.
Be good.
Southwest Texas. How do you like that addition that we have back there?
I got the degree up there that says I was conferred.
My wife has one over here that I could put my name in front of it.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah. It's all good. It's all
what
good.
else? Let's continue. You know what? I think we might talk Miami and Indiana all damn day now.
I think we should.
I think so.
I mean, all of our regular watchers, listeners, they seem to be enthralled.
This national championship game against Miami, like Indiana, I thought was fantastic.
I hate that shit. That drives me crazy.
Black, like Kalon Black coming out 17 carries, 79 yards, to just able to carve it up. And we kind of talked about it, right? The team speed defense of Miami was going to be hard to get to the edge, and you were going to have to do it from inside out. And that's kind of what they did all night long. They were running inside the tackles. I thought it was a great plan of attack from Indiana, and anybody that knows ball, like this guy that graduated from the University of Texas, Lindell, can tell you that was going to be the plan of attack that Indiana was going to take in this national championship game, in their first national championship victory, Wendell.
And the great thing about it was that you did see with Miami. I know a lot of times where folks talk about, like when you say in-game adjustments, where people are like, that's really not a thing. Miami made some really good in-game adjustments last night, I think.
Because, coming out firing right out of halftime, coming out of the gates, and then being able to put up 6 points. Yeah, that's some pretty damn good adjustments there, man.
Yeah, that really was a thing where you go back and again, that was the cool part about this game that you had the ebb and flow of this game to where it looked like, okay, here's Indiana doing what they're about to do, but Miami found a way to stop them, and then it becomes kind of when it got to a 3-point difference right there. I mean, these are just two Rams going at it, and then the better team won. The better team won.
Best team in all of Indiana was the best team in all of college football, and they're probably going to be right back there next year because I don't know if you've seen this or not, but I think they're number 5 or whatever in the portal. So I mean, yeah, it's more relevance in football. I mean, I don't know why we're talking about Indiana if they're number 5 in the portal right now, but shit, I don't know.
They're bringing in a good answer at quarterback. They're bringing in the dude from TCU.
Is Hoover a good answer though? Because it feels like they're going polar opposites, right? You have all cool, calm, and collective with Mendoza, and then you have shot out of the cannon Hoover.
I think it's what there had to have been conversations in here to where Curt Signetti can program this guy to be his dude. I mean, I think that's where Curt Signetti is so just dialed in to where you have to be able to operate in. This is my system. If you can't operate in my system, we're not going to give you money to come here. And I think that's where this is going to be interesting to see if you can keep that, bring an outsider in to keep your system moving. But he did that with Mendoza, who came from Cal. So can he do it again? Can he do it again? You know who the Vegas favorite is right now, right, to win the national championship next year?
Texas.
Unfortunately, so it's like I don't want that. But
I took a guess. I didn't see the odds, but I was guessing Texas.
It is.
Set us back up for failure, buddy. Set us back up for failure.
I mean, I will say it's a little more netted this year because we've seen Arch Manning at this point. But I don't want that.
Producer Chan asked, think Kurt will win with our players or could win with our players? Simply asking. I think Kurt can win. I don't think our personnel is the issue, right? Like, I think what Kurt Signetti did is gone out and has gotten all the mature players, or their roster is 20. We mentioned this a few times now. Their average age of the Indiana roster is 23 years old. They're a very mature team, right? That's why they don't commit that many. I would say that's probably why they're that disciplined, that well disciplined. They're a mature team. And it feels like he's doing the exact same thing he did wherever he goes, whichever program he's done. He's got a formula, he's got a system, and he builds that way, right? And it's been very successful. It happened at James Madison. I don't want to give all this or any success or credit to Signetti for James Madison's success, but James Madison was in the playoff this year, right? Mm-hmm. And Signetti was at James Madison before he came to Indiana. So I'm not saying that, they're riding the piggyback or coattails off of Signetti to get into the playoffs, but you'd like to think like some of the foundation or some of the stuff that he made for James Madison is still in place and intact. And that's why they're having success in their program, right? You have to think that. I don't think personnel is going to matter with Signetti. Sure, let me walk that back. Personnel absolutely matters. You have to have some of your guys in there to run your system. But ultimately, I just think he's a great coach. I think wherever he goes, he can find a way to win, and that's what the best ones do.
Yeah, and that's really what it comes down to where you watch these programs that get, we can call it overnight success. Whatever, he's done this in a couple of years, but it really comes down to, like talking about with Sean Miller with the Texas basketball team, where it's like you come in, this is what you have, and then you start building and make it better. He's done a really good job where you do more with less. And I think in this day and age of college football, to where you go, how does the philosophy change?
I don't know. We keep saying more with less. I don't know if we can say more with less. More with less marquee names, sure.
Right. That's what I mean.
Or less 5-star, 4-star athletes coming out of college. But I mean, the dude, like, I don't think we can take away what he's done in terms of scouting or just going into the portal and finding like some of the teams or some of the players that fit his system. So and he harps about that. He wants players that, you talk about castaways or whatever. I think they're teams that they're players that absolutely fit into his type of regime or scheme that he wants to roll out there.
And the thing about it, Wags, is like you and I were texting last night, that this team is so buttoned up that they win every phase, all three. I mean, you mentioned with the bookend of the special teams play, it's like everything. They are just so prepared in every phase.
The biggest shock to me last night was the penalties that Indiana was committing.
Yeah.
It wasn't the fact that Miami was in the game. It was the fact, oh my God, Indiana's committing penalties.
But that's credit to Miami because, and I think that's where this was such a good game, to where people that question Miami, it's like, okay, they did. And it pains me to say this because I know we're trying to figure out if we're going to 16 teams and they better hurry up and figure that shit out.
It's going. I'll bet a mortgage that it's going to 16.
Yeah. So you don't.
What does 16 teams allow?
Well, yeah, the money part. It
allows more money.
That's where, when you go back and you look at this 12-team system that we had this year, I mean, obviously, the two teams that get in and they get kind of boat raced right there. It's like, okay, there's that part, fix that part in a 12-team playoff. But when you have what we just had the last 3 weeks, they did a hell of a job. It sucks that our team isn't a part of that. I didn't graduate from there, but you did. But it's, if they could have been in there, would that have been different? Yeah, but at the end of this, I'm glad with the national championship game that we ended up with. Seems like.
Overall, I'm happy. I'm going to answer one more from producer Chan.
Uh-oh.
So Sark is overrated? ? Just asking. I don't think Sark is overrated. I think Sark is a great coach. I don't think Sark is a CEO, right? I don't think he's a head coach. I think he's one hell of an offensive coordinator. But I think he could be a great head coach if he wants to take on that mantra or that mantle, but he seemingly wants to stay restricted to play calling. And you've heard it come out of his lips himself, right? Or come out of his mouth himself. Kind of paraphrasing some things here, but when he says that, Texas brought me here to call plays, I'm a play caller. That's what they brought me here to do. I counter that. I question that, coach. Texas brought you here to win national championships, all right, as a head coach. And to do that, I think you need to take a step back and kind of, look at everything else that's going down, look at other programs and what they're doing, look at where you're failing. Usually failure is our best teacher, right? And if things are too overwhelming for you in the CEO role, take a little bit of a brand from Sean Miller's case. If things are too big for you, let's find ways that we can correct it and find ways around it. If that means if you want to call play calling, if you want to be the number one play caller, bring in somebody that has some head coaching experience or that can kind of be somewhat of an orchestrator or CEO mentality, a la Coach Boom, right? To kind of, I guess, share the payload of that. Maybe that's the way moving forward, to kind of have your assistant there, an assistant head coach, to allow you to shed off some of your duties to kind of lock in on your play calling. Yeah. I kind of think you go the other route where you're more of an oversight guy and bring in a play caller yourself. But hell, if you want to be restricted to one aspect of the job, sure enough. I know it's long-winded, but overall, ultimately, I think Sarkeesian is a fantastic offense coordinator. I think he's a good head coach. He needs to acquiesce and allow his staff to be in the best position in order to put the team in national championship contention.
He needs to find somebody that he totally trusts to do that job, because like we played that.
Trust is an issue with Sarkeesian. That is something that we are finding out very, very quickly here, right? We found out about that pretty quickly in year one.
Yeah, we played that sound from Mac Brown off of the Stampede podcast, to where it's like the biggest thing that you have to do is let the person do their job and stay out of the mess.
Stay out of the way. Get out of the way.
Yeah, and that's what Mac did so well. I mean, Mac he was a CEO.
Yeah.
He was
a
and a great football guy at that.
Recruiting and oversight. So
yeah, but Mac knew his role, that he was the mayor, he's the CEO, he's the governor. It's his job to kind of oversee and make sure everything happens. And that's where Steve Sarkeesian needs to find that person. Look, he doesn't need. There are so many things.
I think Steve is a bad governor.
Yes. Steve is that mayor.
I think he wants to do too much himself. That's what.
Yes, and I totally get that, because he's been a play caller for so long. And
you got to be able to acquiesce. You got to be able to put it in somebody else's hands and allow them to run. You
got to give that thing up. And when it doesn't work out right, just trust that person that you're empowering to do that job is going to, you can go say, hey, what about this? What about that? Because that's your job, because you're the CEO. You can have your input, but let that person do their job. Delegate that responsibility. And it's a big one. It's a huge one, but you got to find somebody to do that.
It's probably because Lee Castle Rock hits it on the head. It's probably because Sarkeesian didn't graduate from Texas.
What it is. He learned that in Tuscaloosa. Right. That's that bad influx that he had from Tuscaloosa. But that really is the thing. Look at these coaches right now that set the standard. Look at Kirby. Kirby don't call plays. Kirby doesn't call defense. None of these guys do that.
I know it's coincidental, or it could be coincidental, but the first year Ryan Day stopped doing it, Ohio State won.
Right. They couldn't get over the hump, right? They're always stumbling and bumbling and getting right there, almost kicking the sumbitch in, like Bum says.
That's the last apology I'd make for Ohio State, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the other part about it. Look, if you want to call yourself the play caller, that's fine. Put somebody up there and let them call yourself the play caller, but let somebody else.
I think it's, and it's the last I'm going to talk on this, because we have some more that we can get out. But I think it's just a bad mindset.
All right. You know, you're the head coach. You're trying to and say what you want. You want to lock in. You want to stay focused in on calling the plays. You're restricting yourself. All right. You are not the head coach. If those are your duties, you're taking away your head coaching duties, and you're doing I would say you're doing a detriment. Yeah, I'll go as far as saying that you're doing a detriment to the team because you're not providing correct oversight.
Yeah. Well, and here's the other part about it. Think about it this way. So he's calling plays. He's doing that on the offense. And then at the same time, last year he was having to babysit the DC.
That's what he claims. That's what he claims. I didn't see too much babysitting of him on the defensive side of the ball.
I know. And honestly, what is he going to do on the defensive side? I mean, I know you know football, but yeah, I mean, you got to let somebody do that job.
I will say that, you know, you can be in the defense coordinator's ear, you know, and be like, hey, from a quarterback's perspective, this is kind of what he's looking at your defense and kind of what they're going to do to dissect it, right? Like you can do that and kind of give counter and be risk assessment. Right, I'll entertain that bullshit. You can be risk assessment for your defense coordinator, but ultimately you don't have that much oversight that where it's taking you away from your duties. Yeah. And at the end of the day, that's your duty. That falls in line with your last duty being in oversight, right? Like you're trying to make sure that the defense is good too. That falls in line with the head coach. I'm sorry that you can't sit there and orchestrate and scheme up plays that you want. Big deal. Have Flood do that shit.
Yeah, and look, if they brought you here because you're a great play caller, okay, well, let's get somebody else to be the CEO. I mean, hell, I mean,
kind of what I feel like we're talking in circles now.
I know, but anyway, that's the frustrating part to look at what Indiana just did, and what Miami just did, and here you are. You know that's okay. It's all going to be all right. It's all going to be all right.
We got some more recruiting news coming up in the next hour here when we come up with the Lone Star Playbook. But let me tell you about our friends at the Hecht Law Firm right now. And you know the new lawyer in town. And when that storm hits, you got to give our guy Ryan Hurricane Hecht that call. 512-938-8929 is the numbers for that call. He's a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. Not just a lawyer, though. He's a burnt Longhorn wearing that burnt orange suit with pride and passion into the courtroom. You don't pay unless you win. That's right. No fees in your pocket unless you get the green in your pocket, or no fees unless you get the green in your pocket. He's aggressive in court, compassionate with his clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families. When you call him today, 512-938-8929, give Ryan an email at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Absolutely. New or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, there's one place to go, and it's our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Man, that's 42 acres of just amazing stuff, new or pre-owned, whatever you're looking for. And then it's the service after the sale. 86 service bays, as my friend Hayden Covert says, 86 service bays. That's the thing. All of that, pre-scheduled maintenance, all that you get on a maintenance plan, and they'll take care of that for you for years, centuries. It's been our friends with the Covert Auto Group taking care of you, and they want to make you a happy customer just like these folks.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
That's right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out online at covertbcave.com. Looking for that amazing home theater system. Looking for you just want a big TV. You want an 85-inch TV. You want a 110-inch TV in your living space. Whatever you're looking for, it's audiovisual consultations, friends. They've been doing this since 1988. Our man Tom McKay and his crew are the top-notch folks in this business. That is what they do. If you're looking to get one of these Super Bowls coming up, if you want to, you're having a Super Bowl party, you want to bring folks over, check out the game at your place, quit going to the bars, quit going to these different places and spending your money. Just make your home the place to be to watch these amazing events. NASCAR events, you got baseball, hockey's coming, basketball's going on right now, all of that. Your place needs to be the place to check out these things, whether it's the visual or the sound. It's audio-visual consultations, 512-255-8678. It's AV Consultations. They've been doing it for 40 years, and they're ready to do it for you. 37 years it is. Almost 40. Close enough. AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audio Visual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
Old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audio Visual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Absolutely. avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. Have to tell you about McCall Custom Homes. Had a little mishap here while I was gone this weekend. A very, let's just say it's a coffee table that's been passed down to my wife. Very antique piece of furniture that got damaged here over the weekend in a very unfortunate incident, and trying to figure out a way to fix that. And I reached out to my man, Mike McCall, sent him a picture, and he said, we can do that. We could do that. May take a little time, but we can do that. He said, do you want it functional? Do you want it to look like it never happened? I said, never happened. He said, I might need some time, but we can do that. And that's what they can do for you. If you're looking for that home renovation project, I'm talking about a coffee table, but living room renovation, primary bathroom renovation, living space, outside, looking for the outdoor stuff. You want to get a beat up patio redone. It's our friends at McCall Custom Homes. Looking for a new home in 2026, they can do that for you as well. They've been doing this for over 4 decades. A father-son team. If you don't believe me, check out the A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Check out the 5-star rating, Google reviews. You can see old Double R's name in there because I am proud of what they did for me. Facebook, I talked about it yesterday. Somebody looking for somebody in Round Rock that will go in and renovate their master shower, primary shower. I know a guy. It's Mike McCall. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com or make that phone call, make that text, 512-633-9580, and get that free estimation, as my friend says, but you have to mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. Check them out today. It's McCall Custom Homes, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. We build value into your home. Good stuff right there from Mike McCall. So Wags, I don't know if you've seen this.
What we got?
Your man, Robert Saleh, new head coach.
Tennessee Titans.
Oh, man, I'm not a fan of that.
He's probably going to struggle mightily there.
I know.
Sometimes it's best to say no, right? Sometimes it's best to, and it's hard, right? No is probably the toughest thing to do or the toughest thing to say, especially when we just, I guess, nothing's solid, right? Nothing's in concrete. You never know if that head coaching job's ever going to come again or if that chance is going to come again. I would like to think you keep having the success that you have as a defensive coordinator. Sure, something's going to come up. I would be very reluctant to take the head coaching job at Tennessee. Look at what they did to Mike Vrabel. And excuse me, let me walk that back. Look at what they didn't do for Mike Vrabel. With not giving him, the proper pieces that he needs to kind of compete. And shit, they were a couple of pieces from a Super Bowl, right? They were competing for an AFC championship not too long ago. And sure enough, Mike Vrabel was the problem. 2 years removed from head coach, and he's got the Patriots back in, championship contention. So sometimes, it's just good to say no. And I think it's going to be a, 2 steps back for Robert Saleh.
Yeah, well, I really hope. The most important thing right here is who's the offensive coordinator. Speaking of play calling, who's going to be the offensive coordinator here? Because you got Cam Ward, and that's a first number 1 pick, And that's a guy where who's going to groom this guy?
Did he mention who he's going to bring in? Did he mention who he's going to bring in as his OC?
Haven't seen that yet, because this is a pretty fresh situation happening right here. So who do you bring in? Who's going to teach that guy? Who's going to be the one that's going to take him to that next level? And I mean, I don't know who that may be. I mean,
are we sure Cam Ward is the dude?
Hey man, I said that about Caleb Williams last year, and I was proven totally wrong. But I'm not sure.
I said that same thing. Maybe these quarterbacks just need 2 years, or more to kind of blossom. It feels weird though, right? It feels like the quarterbacks that are coming out now don't have that extra edge or that polishedness to them that other college quarterbacks used to have 3 or 4 years ago, right? And there's always going to be a time to kind of, I guess, acclimate to the damn league or whatever, or just kind of get used to the speed, because the overall speed of the league of pro ball and college ball, we all know, is night and day, right? So
absolutely,
maybe it is an adjustment era or an adjustment period for everybody, right? And 2 or 3 years, I guess we'll have our answer if Cam Ward's the guy. I think we've seen that Caleb Williams is the dude. I don't know who the offense coordinator is going to be. Like, you got to bring somebody that to absolutely be able to shred up some of these defenses that are, because the South isn't exactly a cupcake division, right? You got the best defense in the division there, man. So if the Texans figure it out on offense, the Titans are going to be in the basement for a while there, and that's something. If I'm Robert Saleh, I'm very reluctant to kind of welcome that on. But
I think I'd have passed,
the news is out. He is the new head coach for the Tennessee Titans, Robert Saleh.
I'd have passed on that one, I think, to try to figure some other stuff out. And then Jeff Hafley taking over at Miami. So Miami goes defense. If
the Jets are the worst, right? If the Jets are the worst team, is Tennessee the penultimate worst team?
I would almost say that maybe Tennessee.
What's the penultimate worst franchise in the NFL? If the Jets are in fact hell, right? If the Jets are in fact hell, the worst team, what's the second worst organization in the NFL?
If we're going to say the Jets are the worst, I would have to say the Titans. I actually think the Titans would be the worst, because at least the Jets, you have some pieces there. And I think that Aaron Glenn, and this is what sucks, like for Aaron Glenn and now for Robert Saleh, that you're defensive minded, but you struggle on offense. And if you fail, that's going to be your second failure.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's kind of not fair to where the emphasis of, and like here with Saleh at Tennessee, who's the offensive mastermind that you, and again, maybe he has this in place. I mean, maybe he has the guy. I think that Miami hiring Hafley as a defensive guy is, I would have thought that they'd have gone offense, because they got to figure out what they're going to do with Tua. And is Quinn Ewers a guy? Or are you going to draft a quarterback? Or are you going to go find an old dude? I mean, what are you, that hire was surprising to me too. But you're running out of people. Who's left? Mike McCarthy? I mean,
God, don't do it.
Dude keeps getting thrown around. He's like, don't Pittsburgh was talking to him on Sunday. I'm like, you're not going that route, are you? I mean, I know he's got a Super Bowl, but come on, man. I mean,
has Flores been
no,
pulled in yet?
He's
still out there.
He's still out there. He's still out there. So to me, that dude has the Ravens written all over him. I mean, as defensive minded that the Ravens have been in the past, they may go, scoop dude.
I think Flores. I feel like Flores is kind of slotted for Pittsburgh. Like if Pittsburgh's going to make that next move and move on to their next kind of tenure of a coach, I feel like out of all the candidates out here, I think Flores is the guy that could be locked in as a dude for 10 years, man. And we know how the Steelers do business, right? Like if with their selection, that's going to be there for, you'd like to think 10 years, right? At least 10 years based off of trends. Maybe it might be 30. Or 19 at least.
And here
the next head coach of the Steelers is going to be there for a while. So I would like to think out of all these candidates, it's probably Flores.
Yeah. And we talked about this yesterday, to where I think if you're Buffalo, your guy's in the building. I mean, that dude is right there. Joe Brady. You need to make Joe Brady your head coach before somebody else does, because somebody's going to go to that dude and want to offer him that job. And I think that with Joe Brady in Buffalo, you continue what you've been working on for the last, 7 years that you had McDermott, or 9 years that McDermott was there. Is you kind of keep that a little, kind of consistency there.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What news was that for Buffalo? Did Brady got elevated? Brady got promoted?
No. The question was, who does Buffalo get? As these dominoes start to fall. I think Brady's your guy, right? I mean,
I think you absolutely have to promote from within. Joe knows the system already. His offense is there. Again, I know we talked a little bit about this yesterday. I thought McDermott getting fired, knee-jerk reaction, and he was basically the fall guy and the scapegoat. The dude's record since he's been there has been pretty fantastic, right? I think anybody would take his record in the locker room based off of recent changes in carousels with the coaches. I think or just with inconsistency of coaches these days. I think anybody would welcome on Sean McDermott's record. But anyways, for some people, the standard of good enough just isn't cutting it, man. People aren't happy with getting to the playoffs. People want the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
right.
Eventually you hit that ceiling, and I think
you hit a wall.
What happened there.
You hit a wall, right? And this success is great, but I mean, it's still, mediocre. I want to call it mediocre success, but it's not. It's still success, man. Getting to the playoffs is a feat. It's a tough feat,
Absolutely.
right? Getting to the playoffs consistently in pro ball is a feat.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think that I did see yesterday Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah, Stefanski got hired Atlanta, right?
Yeah. Atlanta's interesting, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the move either. That's the thing. Like these,
I know.
John Harbaugh. Of course, people are going to say that John Harbaugh was the number one get. You had to get John Harbaugh, right? Culture guy, culture coach. John Harbaugh, an absolute can't miss. Are you sure? Are you sure it's a can't? I don't know. I would have gone a little younger, gone more offense. Maybe a little offensive minded if that's the route you were going to go. But if you give me a young defensive minded coach like Saleh, I'll take that. But an old defensive minded special teams coach, not even a defensive coach. It was McDonald that was making the Ravens, defense so much better. It wasn't Harbaugh. And here's another thing too. I'm not taking away success from John Harbaugh and his 18 years, because to sustain success is tough too, right? Even if you inherit it from another coach, even if you're promoted from within and you're inheriting success, sustaining success is tough and difficult in pro ball, right? And that's what Harbaugh was able to do after he inherited it from Belichick. Or not Belichick, excuse me, Brian Billick. But still, being able to keep winning football, championship football in Baltimore, contending football in Baltimore is good. Bring it to New York and bring us out of the basement here, and let's see if Jackson Dart can give us a winner. I'm not sold on John Harbaugh, in all honesty, though. It's better than Mike McCarthy. It's better than Mike McCarthy. I'll say that.
Yes, and I think thing is,
there's your optimism for me today.
But Buffalo and Baltimore need to find ways to get over the hump, and that's ultimately why they make these moves. Sean McDermott, that dude. Could he go to Baltimore? Now that dude, if he went to Pittsburgh, just based on what he's done at Buffalo, it's like, I can see
McDermott in Pittsburgh too. McDermott and Flores, I can see.
Yeah, but with McDermott, if he goes to Pittsburgh, is that going to be like a lateral thing to where like you're good enough to get in the playoffs, but then you get knocked out? I know they're open to Aaron Rodgers coming back, but honestly, is that the answer? I think you need to go find somebody else, and that's where Pittsburgh, they really need a bottom out year. And that's a shitty thing to say, where you really need to suck really bad for a year to you can kind of regroup and go. And I think the best time to do it would be with a new coach, but an established coach, it's really hard to bottom out, right? So
I guess. Anything else we want to talk about? We kind of exhausted national championship.
Yeah,
mostly it was all conversation with the national championship. What else you got to get off your plate? Anything?
Did you see breaking news? Jimmy Butler out for the season.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler out for the season. Yeah, torn ACL. Yeah, that happened last night. Yep. Just goes to show you, you invest too much money in all your, put all your money into one bag, that shit can go awry. That shit can go fall
Sorry,
apart.
Jimmy Buckets. You're out. You're out. Golden State. Little hampered right there. Check it out right here. My man. Speaking of national champions.
Go. What's up, brother?
What up? What up?
What are we getting into today, my dude?
Obviously, the national championship.
I don't know. Hey, just be careful. If we talk about Indiana too much, people will leave.
Yeah. We had a guy quit watching because we talked about it too much.
What, folks don't like the Hoosiers?
People don't want to talk. People want to talk about Texas and not Indiana, buddy.
Hey, we're going to talk about Texas too.
Okay. Hey, Double R, what you got going on rest of the day, man? You done?
Rest of the day, man. I gotta get ready to go to Odessa on Thursday, so I'll be live from Odessa on Friday morning.
Can't wait.
I actually can't wait because y'all are supposed to get sleet and snow and shit here. That ain't happening in West Texas, so y'all have fun with that.
And tell Marty Robbins I said hello.
Oh yeah, no, that's El Paso. That's
still going out to West Texas. That's way West Texas, El Paso. But
that's way out there. That is way
out.
Tell
Tommy I said hello. You're going out to Odessa. Tell Tommy I said hello.
Tommy who?
Landman Tommy.
Oh, Tommy, that dude. Yeah,
that guy, Tommy. Billy Bob Thrower.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell his wife hello.
Oh, all right, you would. Later, brother. Have a good one, man.
You out of here? All right, man.
Well,
Double R, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Not bad. Rob Saleh and D'Amico Ryans.
Mm-hmm.
Two former Niners D coordinators now going to be head coaches, same division, 2 games a year. Pretty interesting.
Man, I think if I was Robert Saleh, I think I would have held out for something else because he's kind of going to run into the same problem he had in New York, with the whole, Zach Wilson thing. Can't develop the quarterback. I mean, who that offensive coordinator thing is going to be so important to try to do whatever, reach the capabilities of Cam Ward. Is Cam Ward the guy? I don't know, but who's going to be the one empowered to try to figure that dude out?
Yeah, their problem is they need pretty much every position besides interior D-line and Cam Ward and quarterback.
Yeah.
Like Tajay Spears is going to be good for, a few more years, but they need everything. So complete rebuild there. But I mean, hey, like you look at all the different locations, NFL franchises, and you're just thinking about it from a quality of life perspective. Nashville and the Titans have to be pretty high on the list.
Absolutely.
He finished runner-up for the Jaguars job last year. So, I don't know. I also think the New York Jets franchise is kind of cursed. So, I'm curious to see what it looks like. They do have Big Jeff Simmons and Tavondre Sweat on the interior D-line. Excited to see what that looks like. Because the 49ers have never had like a War Daddy interior guy. Nick Bosa's been good. D Winters has come on as a linebacker at times. They've had a D Ford, a DPR, designated pass rusher, but they've never really had anyone that's as good as either Tavondre Sweat or Jeff Simmons on the interior D-line, at least during like the Kyle Shanahan era whenever Saleh's been there. So I'm excited to see what he does there, but they're going to be a top 5 pick for like the next 3 years. So we will see.
And I'm hoping that's the other thing to where if he's taking that job where he's told them, I'm going to need some time. I mean, you can't have a knee-jerk response if they win 3 games next year and you put this dude on the hot seat. It's like you are not inheriting. This isn't the Baltimore job. This isn't Buffalo to where you've got someone on the cusp of, Baltimore getting back in the playoffs or Buffalo the cusp of going to the AFC Championship. This dude's got a lot of work to do, man. So, and again, let's see who the hires are. Let's see who the hires, because that's what's going to elevate you and make you better.
Yeah, one thing, I'm pointing out the obvious here, but one thing that is always really interesting about the NFL compared to college is like a college coach gets dumped that's successful, they're gonna have to downgrade.
Yep.
Look at Pete Kwiatkowski. He still hasn't found a new job.
Yep.
USC is going a different way. It looks like they might hire Gary Patterson to be their DC, which would be like the first time Lincoln Riley's ever used his brain to make a defensive hire.
Yeah.
But didn't get the SC job. Stanford looked like he was going to be their DC, and then they went in another direction. I forget who they hired. And he's still on the open market.
Mm-hmm.
Now you go to the NFL, a coach could have a stinky record for several years, get fired, he gets a new job. Look at Kevin Stefanski.
We were just talking about that.
know?
Like, what the hell?
And like Brian Daboll might fail his way into the fucking Buffalo Bills
job.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, how does this? What? Could you like? It makes no sense.
And think about Vrabel was the problem in Tennessee.
This would be
look
like
what's
if
this. So it's kind of the opposite.
Dable was offense coordinator at Buffalo Bills, right? Now I think that he'll actually be brought back for offense coordinator and Brady will get elevated. But yeah, I have seen speculations that we're bringing Dable in for the head coach for Buffalo. Like, what is that?
Yeah, that's like if I don't know, Arkansas or LSU went and hired Tom Herman after Texas fired.
Right.
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
Yeah. Yeah. I worked for a family-owned company many years ago, and we used to laugh about that because the sons would try different jobs, and they failed at all of them, but then they'd get a better spot. We call it the fuck up, move up plan. That's what a lot of these guys do.
Nepotism. Nepo babies, baby.
It's real, buddy.
Well, this is exactly the case of nepotism, but
no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Mike Tomlin will ever coach again. I also don't think he wants to, but he's always been pretty
I think it's the
outspoken
latter.
about.
I think he doesn't want to coach right now, but I think maybe he'll. I don't know. I could see Mike Tomlin taking like a couple of years off and then, coming back to it. Like I don't think he's too young to say it's over, right? Like,
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's been pretty outspoken about it. Like, he's not. His dad didn't coach in the league. He's not part of like the coaching fraternity. He doesn't really have a coaching tree at all.
Yeah.
So it's not like one of his former mentees can just hook him up with a job or something. So what does his network look like? And network is really important because Pete Kwiatkowski is the direct example of that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the guys he worked with before Texas aren't really in college football anymore. If I'm not mistaken, Jimmy Lake is still in the pros. He worked under him for a fair amount of time. So he's still on the market. And it's incredibly important if you're a coach on the open market, having that network. And he nor Mike Tomlin really has it. Like, seriously, people on Twitter were talking about this last week. Mike Tomlin literally doesn't have a coaching tree. Like, there isn't a single coordinator he's had that's gone on to be a head coach or a successful one in the NFL.
Haley exactly wasn't his though. What, Todd Haley? He's not exactly under Tomlin. He's from someone else. Yeah, it feels like, and it always felt like Tomlin or under his reign has brought in offensive coordinators from outside hires.
Yeah.
Arthur Smith, your man.
Shout out Tomlin though. I don't think we'll ever get a coach tripping a kickoff returner.
Yeah,
he had a lot of good ones. He had that. He had the "we do not care."
Passionate.
Yeah. Oh, battery's dying.
Charge that battery pack, Double R.
All right, boys. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Later, man.
We'll see it. Hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. It's Adam Wagner. Where do we want to start? National championship?
Sure. Yeah.
All right.
You lead. I follow, buddy.
What a story. What a finish to the season, 16-0. I've seen some people bringing up the Steve Sarkeesian clip from SEC spring meetings when he said, whoever goes 16-0, they need a statue. I don't think we're ever going to see a 16-0 undefeated team again. And Indiana went and did it the first
Sure enough, the exact same year, man. Yeah, there's a lot of foot in the mouth moments for Sarkeesian, especially this year. We kind of just had this conversation too. Like, maybe will this kind of be a revelation? If Sark, going back on those words, takes a step back and maybe looks from within and says, "Hey, all these programs that are winning national championships,
they got their own play caller, and the head coach is the absolute CEO. When will I acquiesce? When, is that why he's bringing in Coach Boom and, just allowing him to kind of get an assistant head coach there so that he can, I guess, focus on, play calling schemes. But Jordan, like it's terrible optics. It's terrible. It's just a terrible mindset, right? Especially if you're the head coach, you're supposed to be oversight of everything, right? Looking over everything, not restricting yourself so that you can lock in on calling plays and being a scheme guy, right? That's just, to me, it's the wrong mindset. And I don't think that we have winning on our brain, if that's, or ultimately winning for the team on our brain, if that's what we're going with individual success, right? Because ultimately Texas brought you here to win national championships, not call plays.
Well, Wags, I got hired because I'm good at calling plays, so I'm not giving that up. Okay. But the main reason I'm firing my defensive coordinator is because I spent too much time
not calling.
Yeah. But I'm here because I'm good at calling plays, so I'm not giving that up. Yeah. Make that make sense. No,
we're trying to. That's the level of ego that we have here. And then we also have, everywhere else at all of the programs. You know what? I'm gonna get out of the way. And Rodney and I were just talking about this. Mac Brown was talking about it. I'm gonna get out of the way so that I don't mess up what you're trying to do. Right? That's what good oversight people do. They make sure that people have what they need to succeed. Okay, you don't have everything. What do you need? What can I go get you? Boom, 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 boom. Hey, you got this down. You got that down. Right. Let's go. Let's delegate. Let's get everything done. That's what leadership is. That's what oversight is. Sark wanting to do too much stuff on his own. That's a lot of me and not we. I can't do with that.
Yeah,
that's my soapbox for today.
Yeah, he is. He definitely has had some questionable comments in press conferences the last few months, but
sometimes he makes me want to run through a brick wall 100%. Like, I get motivated, sure, but there's also times where you're just like, what, dude, what, who are you right now? Who am I talking to?
This is different.
Heckle and Jive, Dr. Heckle and, what is it? Am I saying it right?
Heckle and Jive, right?
Is it?
I don't know. Hey, that's
Hyde and Jekyll. Hyde and Jekyll. That's what it is.
Yeah, but with Steve Sarkeesian and the things he said about having to be on the defensive headsets during timeouts and it pulling him from calling plays on offense, and I was brought in because I'm good at calling plays. I'm not giving that up. Like, it seriously makes me question, and just stay with me. It makes me question if he's living in reality. And during the early parts of the season, the way he called plays, the way he schemed games, it also made me question if he's living in reality, because he's calling 12 personnel run plays without the horses to block. Right. And then it's 2nd and 13, and the receivers can't catch a pass either. And it's like, man, it's not rocket science. And I don't know.
No, you're right. You're peeling the onion back. I think the problem is when we peel this onion back, we're seeing the rottenness of it, and we kind of just want to put this. Oh, well, let's maybe we can preserve this onion if we put some miracle fucking grow on it, and hopefully things can happen, right? That's a bad analogy, but that's what I think we're getting at here. Like we're starting to smell the shit when we start to go searching for it, right?
Yeah, and here's the thing. If Texas makes it into the playoff and goes far to the Final Four of the Natty, this is all a moot point. We're done talking about it.
Right.
But he's got to prove it. He's got to show it. And he's had several opportunities to do it so far, and he hasn't. I guess outside of the 2 years they went back-to-back, but I don't know.
Well, also, too, like, it's not so much that this season was a different season too, because he was, correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't have this stat pulled up, but I believe that his overall scoring output was down about 10 points. Am I correct on that?
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. It did feel like they scored less points,
right?
Which is kind of crazy.
Towards the latter part of the season, it was corrected, right?
Yeah, and it's kind of nuts because, I mean, look, this year's Texas team went from the defense is going to have to win the game the first 6 weeks of the season to the offense is going to have to win the game the last 6 weeks of the season. And it's kind of crazy because you look at the final year of Quinn Ewers in 2024, the defense had to win a lot of those games. They did versus Arkansas when Texas couldn't do anything versus a 3-high safety look for most of the game. And there were other games that the defense also had to bail them out too. But I don't know, man. It's going to be an interesting offseason, a very long one. I'm honestly not excited just because the national championship was yesterday, which means the offseason is officially here. But hey, it is what it is. And if y'all have any questions about the transfer portal or high school recruiting, just drop them in the chat. I'll hit on them. There is an offensive lineman I'm watching that I still think could end up expect to end up in the portal in the next week or so. So we're watching that.
Is that the only hint that you can give, or?
Yeah, he's not officially in the portal
Okay.
yet.
Well, I mean, I'm sitting here,
Yeah,
getting ready to go 6 to midnight here. Jay Guns, what's up?
No. I'll talk about it once he gets in the portal. I think a lot of people are going to know who I'm referencing. I've seen the name a lot online, and whoever was supposed to keep that a secret has not done a very good job.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about now.
Yeah, but yeah, nonetheless, I think it'll help. I think he'll start next year in Austin if he ends up in the portal. But he's got to end up there first. So, yeah. All right, so Indiana, Miami, though, what I do want to talk about, man, Mario Cristobal, Carson Beck. You want to hear something?
What do you want to talk about?
Carson Beck.
What's up?
You want to hear something crazy about Carson Beck?
7 years of football? What?
You want to guess how many games he's lost in his college career as the starter?
Five.
6.
Fuck.
In 4 of them, the final offensive play was a Carson Beck interception with a chance to win the game.
That's where I asked today. Of all 3 losses this year, did his interceptions result in the loss?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
All 3 this year did.
All three this year.
Yeah. And I mean, that is just nuts.
That it's pretty crazy. So, and here's the thing. So last night, I would have been happy either way, I think, with Miami or Indiana winning. I'm very happy that Indiana won over Miami. I think I was just, and I talked about this with Double R. I think I was more or less hate watching Carson Beck last night. I don't know. Like, I don't know why. Like,
you don't like him?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't like it. I found myself yelling at the TV, cry. Oh, cry some more. And
did you
my son was even, he was like, Dad, what's wrong with it? I was just like, I don't know. I just don't like this guy. Just get this guy out of college football. I don't know. I don't know what it is. He's never done anything wrong to me or anything to anybody I know.
I was going to say, how many units do you have on Indiana? I mean, geez.
I didn't have, I stayed away from it. I didn't chase it off.
I took Indiana 7.5.
Oh, damn. Sorry.
At halftime, I took it 2 more times too.
No?
Yeah. I don't know. I was getting kind of nervous at the end. Yeah. I was getting nervous at the end, and Miami got the ball back because I don't know. I thought an interception would come earlier, but man, once they had that false start on, I think the first or second,
killer. You know, it was
drive, I was
second and 1, I think. 2nd and 1.
Yeah, it's like this is the most Mario Cristobal, Carson Beck like final drive of all time. We're just needing an interception. Minutes later, throws an interception.
There it is.
And the thing too, that ball wasn't even close. Like Keelan Marion was in the locker room crying, and he told reporters like, "It's my fault. I didn't see the ball. I didn't make a play on it because I didn't see it. I should have done that. This loss is on me." But like, buddy, you weren't catching that either. Like that was an interception 9 times out of 10.
I don't understand, and I get sometimes you got to break tendency, but all night it felt like Miami had I need to walk this back. Miami didn't have Indiana on the ropes at all, but it felt like they were keeping Indiana off balance with Fletcher and their ability to run, right? And when they were sure up and bringing 8 guys for the box with Fletcher, they do something really simple with Beck and Malachi Toney to where it's either like a little slant pass or a screen pass to just get him in space and allow him to make the moves and not have Beck throw the ball away. I don't know why they broke tendency at that point, but I mean, damn, dude, just go with what you know. It was working. It was working, Jay Guns. And sure enough, the inevitable Beck interception came. So
yeah, the blocked punt is when I was
100. Like that's kind of when I knew I was just like, all right, third phase of football just happened right there. That's kind of
but also in college, I know at least in the NFL, the percentage is probably higher in college, but in the NFL, if you get a block punt, your chances of winning immediately go up like 85%.
That's crazy.
And not only did they block the punt, they scored a touchdown on it.
Yeah,
and it was the first time.
Even then, I felt like Miami was still. I mean, clearly they were still in the game, right?
Yeah,
I think the most surprising thing of the night was the fact that Indiana was having just dumb-ass penalties, right? Like the case in point, when they had a chance to seal the game and seal the deal with the 2nd and 1, and they had the false start, and then it pushed them back to 2nd and 6. Like, dude, that's the game killer right there. Game margins in game of inches right there. You convert that, the game's over. Basically, it's over. You can run the clock out and it's done. You forced Cristobal to spend his last time out. It's done. But no, ultimately they had to settle for kicking. When Black couldn't convert it, they settled for the tray, put 3 points back on the board, and had to give it back to Miami. And ultimately, thankfully, Beck was able to give him the ball back. So. Yeah. It could have ended up a different way, Jay Guns.
Hey, speaking of punch, did anyone see?
What was up with that?
Did anyone see Holly Rowe?
No, I saw Fletcher. I saw Fletcher throw punches at the end of the game.
Well, Holly Rowe posts a photo like right as post game starts. Like, hey, Mark Fletcher's such a good kid, such a good young man, such a great head on his shoulders. He just lost the national championship, played his heart out. And the first thing he did was go and find Fernando Mendoza to tell him congrats and, great job. You won the natty. And she tweets that, and like less than a minute later on the broadcast, he's punching dudes. So
did she pull it? Did she pull the tweet? I didn't see the tweet.
No, because I saw it this morning. And it's still on there. But that was kind of funny. But I don't know. Hey, how about the game though? I mean, most entertaining national championship we've seen since
a while, bro. A while. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the committee got it right. I know that we all bitched about the quarterfinals. It's or the first round rather sucked. But Miami being able to shock the nation, being able to beat Georgia, being able to beat Ohio State, and then being able to beat Ole Miss. I counted them out in every game, every contest, even against A&M. I counted them out, but Miami was able to do it. I thought it was a great plan of attack by Indiana. The team, to neutralize that team speed for that defense and running inside the hashes, inside the tackles, is absolutely what they needed to do. I didn't expect them to be able to get to the edge. I expected them to use their big body frame, that wide receivers, to kind of move the ball in possession wise, and kind of just keep Miami, with their hands on their knees, just kind of wearing them out and wearing them down. But then also, like, I gotta give credit and flowers to Cristobal too. Like, knowing of how dominant that Indiana team is and being able to just come out there with the mindset of going with simple football logic, right? Like playing, very manageable football, not turning the ball over except for, the one turnover you had, and running the ball with Fletcher and keeping, my Indiana's defense worn down too. I thought it was a great plan of attack from both coaches. And it was a traditional classic National College Football Championship that we were treated to last night. I thought it was a fantastic game.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be the best game since Georgia Bama when Keely Ringo had the pick six. I think that was
that's a good pull. And even like Becker's catches, like, they were clutch moments. They weren't moments for touchdowns or anything, but to extend the drives and everything, like, big play Becker, man. I thought it was fantastic.
Hey, shout out to him. He was one of my legs. I had a 3-legger.
No shit.
over on the rushing.
So did you straddle last night? What did you ultimately end up with? Because you chased, right? You doubled down, you said, at halftime?
Yeah, but I missed everything I took on Indiana for covering. But I did a 3-legger with 15.5 rushing yard long for Fletcher, and he ran for 58 on that touchdown or whatever. And then it was over 45.5 receiving yards for Becker. He finished with, I think, 50 or 60. And then Carson Beck over on pass attempts, because I'm like, these dudes are going to be down 2 scores at one point, and they're going to have to throw the ball.
Right.
And he went 4 or 5 attempts over. But, yeah, that's what I did. I want to say, though, I love these Fernando Mendoza tweets because they're all spot on. There's one last night that has nearly 4 million views now. It said, Fernando Mendoza looks like he makes his animal crackers fight each other before he eats them.
With some fucking milk.
with some
milk. Give me a glass of milk, and the winner gets to take a bath in the milk. He reminds me of a Pee Wee Herman character. He is goofy dude. He's a goofy dude. You know what though? It's good to see the dorks win.
Yeah,
right?
You can kind of see the.
He's not a bro, right? He's not your classic bro quarterback. I mean, the dude is probably a rocket scientist, right? Or he's going to end up being a rocket scientist. Or
he was committed to Yale.
Yeah,
and
involved, man.
I loved how the further they got away from the clock hitting 0, the more he got away from being the buttoned up Heisman winner Mendoza and hit him with a "let's fucking go" on national TV.
I didn't know if my ears actually heard that though. I thought I heard flipping.
I thought he said the real.
It very well could have been effing, but the dude's ready for a WWE promo at any time though. He can let it rip. He can let it rip.
Yeah. Some other good Indiana tweets. Indiana once called a timeout to take a team photo in front of the scoreboard after it took a lead against Ohio State. The Hoosiers now have won the national championship. Also, Indiana was the worst team in college football for 150 years, and then they let teams start paying players, and they immediately became number 1. And the only conclusion to draw is they were the only ones who didn't realize you could pay players under the table for the first 150 years. Which is pretty funny. And yeah. Also, did anyone know Miami's kicker this year was 2 of 7 in field goals over 21 yards in the playoffs?
Oh, dagger.
You want to know who was sitting on the bench all year for Miami?
Who?
Bert
Oh,
Auburn.
I know.
He's the all-time leading scorer in the University of Texas football program history.
He was in our locker room. The kicker.
Yeah.
God, name's eluding me.
Bert Auburn.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So, pretty nuts. But all right. One other thing. I don't really have anything else from the Natty I can think of. Oh, I like Herbstreit and Fowler. You know, I'm not one of those people that hates on them because I guess.
Do you actually listen to the broadcast though?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
But man, there's a different level of aura to what it has been. And I'm sorry for using that word. It makes me cringe too. But
hold on, wait. We're not allowed to use hold on. We have words now that we're not allowed to use.
No, I'm not saying I'm not allowed to use.
You know me. I'm a little older. I'm trying to stay cool. Yeah. I'm trying to stay relevant. Give me some culture rules here. Like
no. We're good. But what I'm trying to say, everyone's like, oh, Fowler's call on this 4th and 5, QB draw with Mendoza. What a call. It's like, dog, this.
Did no one else not see that coming though? Like I feel like anybody that kind of knows the flow of the game was, QB draw would work great here. Like, isn't that?
Well, I just meant his specific call. Like the level of maybe it's just nostalgia and the fact that Texas was playing. I can't. There's his name. I couldn't think of his name. Keith Jackson, who I'm almost positive. Sorry if I'm messing this up. I'm almost positive was on the call for Texas USC in the Rose Bowl.
I think he was.
And
it was either him or Brett.
That was the final game he called before he retired. So pretty good last game to call. But He's going for it. He's got it, or the corner, whatever. 10,000 times better than
100%.
the Mendoza Fowler.
And I think it is. I honestly do think it is because we are wearing burnt orange, right? But
well, I think non-biased, like fans of A&M would agree with me. The PA was better in 05 than it was this year, you know.
Oh, overall, yeah.
I don't know. I'll tell you what, it's 1,000 times better than Gus Johnson. I cannot stand Gus.
I'm not a Gus Johnson. And there he goes to the house. Oh, Joel, chime in here. Oh, and then Joel's just going to be a shill for whatever broadcast company he's on. No, I'm with you, man. That tandem right there, Klatt and Johnson.
And Herb Street does some of what Tom Brady does too, where he's just like he's acting like you're blind and can't see what's on the screen. And it's like, yeah, Carson Beck just threw an interception in the national championship to lose the game. He's pissed. He's upset. And like he didn't say that, but it's like
I feel like Brady's gotten a lot better though. I feel like this year Brady has kind of redeemed himself from the first year that he was there, right? Still to me the best. I think the best color man of the game is Greg Olson.
Yeah, but Brady still does the like, oh, they couldn't convert this third down. He's mad. He's angry. He's going to be yelling at his teammates on the side because he didn't get this third down. He's angry.
That's what he's doing, KB. He's upset right now, KB. No, I've heard it for sure. Yeah, Greg Olson to me is the best color man right now.
Yeah. Okay, so someone asked me my way
Sal in New York says it was Keith Jackson on the call.
Thank you. I think Jake Bayless asked me my way too early top 5. I'm going to think on that, but CBS did do a way.
Do you have you got Texas there, right?
Yeah, they got to be in the top 5. But CBS Sports, shout out to our friends over there, they did a way too early top 25 for 2026. Ohio State is 1. I think that's pretty easy and cut and dry. Julian saying, obviously Jeremiah Smith, best player in the sport, has it.
I would say probably the best tandem returning.
Yeah. They're the Longhorns, number 2. For those on audio only, the blurb for Texas being at number 2 says Texas will be incredibly talented on offense, particularly after picking up Auburn receiver Cam Coleman, as well as running backs Hollywood Smothers and Raleek Brown out of the portal. Quarterback Archer Manning returns after flipping the narrative in the second half of the season, showing his elite potential. Potential as a championship caliber quarterback.
Flipping the narrative.
Well, just hold on a sec. I'll talk about that in a sec. It's playoff or bust for the Longhorns in 2026. That is a fact. Who host Ohio State in the second week of the season. If Texas can get by the Buckeyes and buy itself some breathing room for a tough SEC slate, Longhorns fans will be dreaming of a national championship. All right, flipping the narrative, what does that mean? We all remember the New York Times article is Arch Manning, the first bust in college football.
Oh, I thought you meant like he was leaving and going somewhere else. Okay.
No. But yeah, Texas is 2. The Georgia Dogs are at 3. This is pretty wild to think about.
Yeah, Indiana not getting any flowers. I mean, they've been pretty dominant in the portal too. I know they're going to have a big question at the quarterback, but
I bet they're on here soon. But Georgia at 3. The Dogs have not won a CFP game since it beat the shit out of TCU in the Natty a few years ago. Pretty nuts. All right, number 4, the Oregon Ducks. Not bad at all. Jake Bayless is Oregon 1. I don't know about all that. I think Dante Moore, I get what you're doing. I think it's good for your long-term future. But, buddy, this is one of the dumbest financial decisions I've ever seen. Next year's QB class is always better, and that's how people think.
But it actually is better. Like he could set the table, right? Like he can make his own offer right now if he wanted to come out this year.
Yeah, and you might have to play for the Jets and suck, and that can make you a bust and derail your career. But look how many chances these first-round draft picks at QB get. He would have been all right, but nonetheless, number 5, Notre Dame and Marcus Freeman. Marcus Freeman has a really, really, really good portal class. They took Mylan Graham and Quincy Porter from Ohio State, who probably would have started or played starting snaps opposite of Jeremiah Smith this year.
Who wrote this?
Brandon Marcello. A&M, number 6. Marcel Reed, Mario Craver's back. Brought in a few new coaches. Didn't go overboard in the portal. Added 18 players to rank 11. It says the Aggies are built to win again, but again, the defense needs to be more consistent. So does the quarterback. Was it the defense's fault they couldn't score a touchdown versus Miami? No. Texas Tech at number 7. That one's interesting. Brendan Sorsby's in there, obviously.
They gotta address a lot of their offense, though.
Here, Wags is Hoosiers, number 8.
I graduated from Indiana or from Texas, by the way.
Yeah, I know, but
okay.
You asked about the Hoosiers. Michigan at number 9.
That's wild. That's why. I mean, that's one hell of a revitalization for a program that was basically on life support, man.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're going to have that amount of success with Whittingham coming in just off of. I mean, what you can't go from what Sherman Moore had that program doing. How many didn't they lose? Like they've lost a few in their portal, right? They lost a few commits too.
Yeah, they did. They have a pretty solid portal class though because they're able to pick from Utah. And I think they have 1 or 2 kids from BYU because they hired a few coaches from BYU too. So I don't know. Number 9 is pretty nuts, but I mean, like, they were the highest ranked Big Ten team. They didn't make the playoffs to finish the season. That's why they played Texas in the Cheez-It Bowl. And they did that despite
all the shit that was going down. No,
yeah.
Sure.
And I don't know if anyone's seen this. There's a receiver who bounced around a few like smaller schools and then ended up at Michigan in the portal. He spent 1 year at Michigan. It was the 2025 season. I think he came from like an Ivy League or some small program. And he posted on Twitter like his practice clips, practice tape, and his game tape. And he's really good. And he's like, hey, I should have been playing.
You don't know his name?
No, I don't. Because he didn't really play it all this year.
Gotcha.
But the tweet was like, I should have been playing, but because there was all this bullshit going on with Sherman Moore, other players were blackmailing him into getting starting opportunities. God. This a former Michigan player who spent 1 year in Ann Arbor is currently in the portal, put that on Twitter with his practice tape and limited game tape. And it was like, you can talk to other people that are in the building. They'll agree with me. So if that's legit, which I assume it is, if he's putting it on the timeline like that.
Right.
I mean, good God. If people really were blackmailing the head football coach at the University of Michigan for more playing time as a University of Michigan football player.
We've had conversations off stream before. I'm not putting it in past anything. Like, I'm sure there's a whole bunch of shit that's going down on other programs. I'm not throwing rocks or what's that saying? I'm not throwing stones at glass houses. They're J guns. All right. Right. So moving on.
Number 10, Oklahoma. Kind of interesting, but hey, they do have John Mateer back. USC at number 11. Hey, Jaden Maeva's back. Pretty nuts that he is still playing college football. Feels like he's been around forever, but he's back. BYU, they're back at number 12, along with their coach, who stiffed Penn State for that crumble cookie money. They got Bear Bachmeier back, who'll be a sophomore next year. That's wild. He's going to be a 4-year starter. I don't think is a 3-year NFL guy. LJ Martin's back. He's their star running back. He's from El Paso. Was at one point, I believe, actually a Texas Tech commit. Very likable kid. Happy for him and kind of surprised about the success he's had. Miami, the runner-up national champ.
Could Miami take a run next year based off the young success? They probably got one of the most electrifying. No, he is the most electric player in the game right now, Malachi Toney.
I mean, look at all this that they're losing. Ruben Bain and Mesidor. They're also losing 99, the interior D lineman, to the draft, if I'm not mistaken. Keontae Scott is their star safety, number 0. He spent 1 year in Miami, and I think he was at like Houston and one other school for a span of like 4 or 5 years before he got to Miami. Like, he's a 5th or 6th year player. He's done. He's also their best DB. That's going to hurt. Losing Bain Mesidor, the interior D lineman, will hurt. They also lose Carson Beck. And then their receivers that aren't Malachi Toney, CJ Daniels, I believe he's out of eligibility as well. Their tight end that they have, Elijah Lofton, who is from Vegas. He actually chose Miami over Texas in the 2023 cycle. He's back and is a good player. Probably not an NFL guy, kind of like Imari Winston, where the ceiling
I wouldn't go with that, but I know what you're just a key cog guy.
But like, yeah, they're supposed to get Darian Mensah, but until he's signed and is in practice, it's like, I don't know, man. It's the most important position. You don't know what they're going to roll out there. And I forget to mention,
what is Mensah
losing their 2 starting
talking about
tackles?
Is Mensah talking about going somewhere else?
No, but I mean, it should be Miami. I don't know how that would get stopped, but want to see it happen first. But they're losing a 4-year starter at guard.
Yeah,
a 3-year
he's
starter
probably going to
at
be.
tackle.
He'll probably be 4th or 5th in the draft this year.
And they're losing a left tackle. He's a fucking monster, by the way, that they got from like a JUCO school. I don't even know how they found that dude. But he's going to be a draft pick as well this fall. So it's going to be interesting. But Miami, I think 13 might even be a little high. Like, it's so nuts to think where BYU was ranked this year and how many teams ranked behind them would beat them on a neutral field head-to-head that you think would. And that's when the Big 12 and ACC and Big 10 fans dropped that Patrick and SpongeBob meme saying another hypothetical win for the SEC, right? I get it.
Right.
But, like, BYU over Miami, I think, is pretty accurate right now, projecting it next season. So we'll see. 14 at LSU, that's pretty nuts because
I think Miami can beat BYU. I don't know the quarterback situation for Miami, but and honestly, you know what? I need to walk that back because Miami's losing a lot in the trenches. But you'd like to think that Cristobal will be able to kind of supplement that.
LSU at 14, I feel like is kind of nuts. They should be in the top 25, the way too early one. But I mean, like the core nucleus of players is all guys that like moved into Baton Rouge this
I was going to say, you don't think that's a little low for LSU? Like, you don't think they should be in the top 10?
Well, all their best players next year are going to be portal players that are just moved in this week. Like, I think they'll be all right, and Lane's a good coach. They'll figure it out, but I think
Indiana didn't have a problem with that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, no, that wasn't expected for them to have the season they did this year. No one could have predicted that outside of someone in the Indiana.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Like, think you're Mendoza, right? And you're transferring from Cal to Indiana. Like, I'm going to transfer. You're telling your friends, I'm going to transfer to Indiana this year. Might win the national championship. That conversation never happened.
No,
might win the national championship
or the Heisman.
Just crazy where you started and where you finished, man.
Yeah. Bama at 15. It's on point. I think they should start Keelan Russell. I know Austin Mack is DeBoer's guy, but you're going to lose Keelan Russell if you start Austin Mack. I mean, maybe not because he can't enter the portal until next year. But I think the long-term upside is better with Keelan Russell, and they're comparable enough right now that it's better to go with Keelan. And it annoys the shit out of me how people see this name and think it's Keelan.
It's Keelan?
Yeah, it's Keelan. Like, in a lot of the national media or people on podcasts say Keelan, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ.
Well, if the L was capitalized, then it would be Keelan, right?
Yeah, but like, I don't know, man. So some people are just
like when people say Salah, I get fucking irritated because it's Saleh.
Yeah, Louisville, Lincoln Kineholes. I forgot they got him. He's starting at quarterback for them next year. They're number 16 in here. Also, of course, they stiffed Texas. Isaac Brown kept him in Louisville. Number 17, Mizzou, Drinkwitz. He's got Ahmad Hardy back. And Austin Simmons is their quarterback, the former Ole Miss starter who was a dark horse Heisman pick for some. Some thought he'd leave Ole Miss to the promised land, but he got hurt. And Trinidad Chambliss had the hot hand. They couldn't take him out.
They appealed. Chambliss appealed the official, I guess, final attempt to have him for his sixth season, for his last season. Did the appeal come back granted? Okay.
I'm not paying any attention to that just because I think it's so fucking stupid that like courts in specific states are deciding the college football season.
Right.
You know, like I get it if you miss some time, but buddy, like grow up. And I totally get it from his point of view. I'd be doing the same exact thing.
So I would try to play as much ball as I wanted to.
Utah at 18 after getting kind of picked apart from Whittingham is kind of nuts. I know they bring back a fair amount, but still Washington at 19 with their star QB, DeMond Williams, who I was never leaving. Number 20, Ole Miss, Pete Golden coaching them. Not bad. Number 21, Houston. Who's the next? Kurt Signetti. He's already here. Houston's Willie Fritz. Willie Fritz would never say, like, I win or come across like that. Very nice guy, but not a horrible comp. And they do have a tremendous transfer portal class. Houston does. They're going to be good for years to come. If you want a new team to play with on Dynasty, Houston's going to be fun. They have a 5-star quarterback coming up. He's going to be so OP in the game. A lot of fun coming.
This one here is intriguing. I like to see what the Penn State Cyclones do here.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of Matt Campbell, so I'm gonna kind of be quietly hating on them, just like I was with James Franklin. I've never been a fan of James Franklin, and it's kind of easy to root against Penn State too. SMU at 23, not bad at all. Kevin Jennings, the pride of South Dallas.
That's your boy right there, Kevin Jennings.
Back at SMU. Virginia Tech, wow, throwing him in there. That's kind of daring, James Franklin. And then 25, South Carolina, Lenore Sellers, a.k.a. Anthony Richardson, is back. So is Shane Beamer. Can they turn it around? They were like 4-8 or 5-7 this season. So curious what that'll look like. Others considered: Arizona State, Boise State, Florida, Iowa, Kentucky, Oklahoma State. Who the fuck is throwing Kentucky and Oklahoma State on there?
What?
Like they both have really good portal classes. I like both of their initial staffs. Neither of those teams are preseason top 25. I know it's January 20th, but still,
that to me just screams like clickbait. Go and see what this guy's Twitter handle is just to see. Hey, why the hell do you have Kentucky there? And sometimes people will put that just so somebody will follow up and maybe give them a follow or maybe get some traffic generated on social media. I think I have no idea why people would put Kentucky. Maybe I can entertain, right? But not Oregon State. Like, no way.
Hey, Kentucky though, it's gonna be fascinating. Like it's basically going to be like, and it's funny because they both involve Stoops, and well, kind of, but Oklahoma going from where it's Lincoln Riley and it's, hey, like our defense sucks. We have this amazing offense, but if we don't score 50 in conference games, we're going to lose. Because our defense can't tackle, and our strength and conditioning program sucks. So by the fourth quarter, everyone's gassed too. And then they bring in Brent Venables, and early on in the Venables,
you said Lincoln Riley just brought in Patterson. Is that what you said earlier?
He is getting rumored to be the lead candidate for the DC job. Gary Patterson is. But Oklahoma went from we're going to score a shit ton of points, but we have to score like 50 to guarantee a win, to then with Venables, where it's like, hey, we can't get a fucking first down.
Yeah, we can't even move the ball.
Like if we don't have a non-offensive,
our defense has to score.
Right? Yeah, if they don't have a non-offensive touchdown, they're going to lose. Kentucky goes from like, hey, if we don't kick 5 field goals a game, we're going to lose, to Will Stein, who's going to be throwing the shit out of the ball. Now, I'm really hoping he gets away from kind of the dink and dunk bullshit they're running at Oregon. Not bullshit, but it's just dink and dunk, death by a million cuts, whatever you want to call it. I kind of want him to get away from that at Kentucky. I think he will have to in the SEC compared to the Big Ten, or I think he did coach with Oregon a little bit in the Pac-12, and they were still there as well.
You got to throw the ball vertically.
Yeah, and Kenny Minchie will be interesting. I mean, they let Cutter Boley walk. He was asking for a shit ton of money, and they were not going to pay it. And then he started hitting up schools, and Arizona State would pay it. So they went and flipped Kenny Minchie from Nebraska. Minchie was at Notre Dame. I believe he'll be in his third year of college this fall. And Minchie closely lost the quarterback battle to CJ Carr at Notre Dame this season. So, pretty big deal there for Stein. And I do think Kentucky's going to look almost night and day from the Stoops era to the Stein era. Could take some time, but by year 2, I think
it's a little transition period.
Yeah.
So I say I need to walk that back a little bit too. Like I say that you got to be able to stretch the field and throw the ball vertically, though. But look at what Miami was able to do, right? Like Miami didn't really get vertical this year. They kind of let Malachi Toney, tear it up underneath, right? Or just get him in bubble screens and, Sarkeesian, take a note here, right? Get your player in space, get your fastest player in space and get him the ball early, right? So the defense can't, rotate over and get 8 hats to the ball. That's what I thought Miami did great. They didn't really have the wide receiver that was going to blow the lid off the defense there or blow the back end off of the secondary. They were allowing, their offensive line that was, versatile to kind of get up 5 yards down the field and make blocks downfield for their wide receivers that were able to kind of get up underneath of it, man. So I sometimes I usually say, like, if you don't have the wide receiver to kind of blow the back end off the secondary, you're kind of going to be screwed. But if you can do that, if you can, keep wide receivers underneath and, dissect them that way, then shit, man, I guess it's schematics and all the way that you scheme with your philosophy there, dude. I think Miami's going to be fine, dude. I think they're going to be okay.
Yeah. They're just
I'm big on Malachi Toney. If you can't tell, I think he's going to be tremendous. 17 years old, dude. 17.
Is he 17?
Yeah.
They said that? I didn't hear it.
He reclassed.
Well, let me let you in on a little secret, Mr. Wagner.
What you got there?
The overwhelming majority, at least 90% of them, these kids that reclass, skip a grade, they're just going to the grade they were supposed to be in the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
Like Malachi Toney is supposed to be a true freshman. And he reclassed to the grade he was supposed to be in because he started a year late.
Right, and then got
it's the same thing as Quinn Ewers. Like Quinn Ewers was supposed to be in the 2021 class the entire time.
Everybody, all of Reed's friends, right, that were playing at Round Rock were supposed to be a grade above. They were all 18 years old going into their senior year. Every one of them on the basketball team. It was hilarious.
Listen to this.
Not every one of them, like 4 or 5 of them were. Yeah, I didn't see that until you got to Texas. I didn't even know you could do that until you got to Texas.
Yeah, there's a kid at Lake Travis, and it's funny because he never even got the college mail that they send out to everyone. He was not good, but he was a grade above me, and was driving himself to school as an 8th grader. Because he was already old for his grade and then got held back.
Oh, he had an early birthday?
Yeah. And, dude, he was murdering kids in middle school football. Like, the best middle school football player I ever saw. I'm not joking. Yeah. And it's because he was 16.
Yeah.
And then we got to high school, and it's our freshman year. He's a sophomore, and he's the same size he was when we were 6th graders. So, yeah, that one was interesting. But a lot of these guys are held back. But with Miami, though, you brought up, using the short and quick game with guys like Toney.
Or just if your personnel dictates that, go with it, right? Like,
yeah.
Why force a square in a circular peg or whatever that old adage is?
For sure. And I'm not trying to take anything away from Toney. He's exceeded so many expectations. It's not the same in the SEC or even the Big Ten.
That I will, yeah, I'll entertain.
Miami is
success is success regardless, right? Like, you have to be able to execute, but I will entertain that argument. Like, the level of competition in the SEC, the depth of players in the SEC is a lot different than the ACC.
Yeah, and Miami is hysterical because, the SMU loss, I won't give them a ton of shit for that. I actually bet on SMU that day. I bet on SMU a lot this year. But, the Louisville loss, and you go back, the fumbling the ball up, however much with 30 seconds left.
Yeah. No,
there's so much shit that they can get away with playing in the ACC compared to the SEC. And
but I mean, but counter to that though,
they're doing what they're supposed to.
The run that they just went on in the playoffs, though.
Yeah, no, it is a good point. It is a good point. You just got to get in and be hot.
That's it. You got to be hot.
And I'm waiting for someone in the national media. It won't be NBC, and I'll tell you why. But someone in the national media needs to come out with a story talking about how it is absolute horseshit that if this year's playoff was next year's playoff, the runner-up national champion would have been left out because Notre Dame is contractually in the playoffs. Where if they finish the season as a top 12 team, regardless of what the auto bids and seeds actually determine if they were a playoff team, they would have been in. And if this year's playoff was next year, they would have taken out Miami to put them in, since that's the way it went down. And that Miami team went on to finish second. And that Miami team
6 points away from being a national champion.
And that Miami team beat Notre Dame earlier in the season and was ranked behind Notre Dame most of the CFP rankings until the final one. So, I mean, I think they should do 12 or 16, no more than 16. When you get to 20 or 24, it's too big.
It's going to 16 teams.
Yeah, and at 12 and 16, screw the auto bids. Do 16 at large. If it's
okay.
If there's 9 SEC teams, there's 9 SEC teams.
Right.
If there's 9 Big Ten teams, there's 9 Big Ten teams. If there's 3 G5 teams, there's 3 G5 teams. If there's 0 G5 teams, there's 0 G5 teams.
No,
let it play.
No awards or benefits to conference champions.
Well, I think at the rate we're going, the playoff is only going to get bigger, and they're eventually going to disband conference championships and not do them. So in the 16 format or 12, I'm cool with doing auto bids for, I guess, the top 4 conference champs.
I still got a problem with auto bids at 12.
But anything, it has to be top 4, regardless if it's Power 4 G5. But there's only that. There's no, it's the 4 Power 4 auto bids they get in. We have to include a G5. Let's throw in someone that has no business being in there. That shouldn't be it. And I'm all for giving the little guy a shot. But that's why you got to get in as an at-large.
So hold on, I'm all for giving the little guy a shot in a different sport. Like it doesn't translate in football. It just doesn't. Like when I'm sorry, a James Madison team cannot compete with an Oregon team, an Indiana team, a Texas team.
The fucking West Virginia team can't compete with Texas Tech, and they're in the same conference.
I know. Like it's at some point we got to know what simple football logic is. You're not going to take a Sisters of the Weak and Unscrupulous and put them against a team that battles weekly in the SEC or a big time conference and have them even want to compete or even come close to a game or a contest. It's going to be a blowout. That's got to go away. So I'm all about the bigger guy or the little guy, but sure, baseball or basketball in a sport where it's going to be relevant. And in football, you absolutely need the stalwarts.
Yeah.
I'm with naming here 16 teams. That's it. Just that's
I don't want anything.
That's going to be that'll be the money shot. 16 teams. Perfect.
24 is too many. And the Natty would be in like March.
Right.
So I don't know. Let's see. Anything else? It's kind of all I had for today. Who are you going to call
on tonight? Got some SEC hoops on tonight if you're going to watch.
Texas playing? Who are they playing?
Texas ain't playing tonight.
When's Texas's next game?
I think tomorrow or Thursday, if I'm not mistaken.
Sticky, the Big Ten wants 24 because they are the biggest conference and have like 18 teams.
Yeah, we play Kentucky tomorrow.
Yeah. Hey, Jake Bayless brings up a good point. Well, Oklahoma should have beat Boise State. Bama should have beat Utah. Wisconsin should have beat TCU, but that's just my opinion. Those are great points. We're talking right now, though. The only really example of a G5 school punching above their weight and beating a Power 4 program they have no business beating in the NIL era.
Think of one.
The only one I can think of is Tulane beating USC and Caleb Williams in the Cotton Bowl. in what was Caleb Williams's, I think it was his Heisman year at SC. That's the only one I can.
I can't. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that was Willie Fritz's last game at Tulane as well. So, but I mean, like James Madison, like, yeah, I think a lot of people were pissed they were put in there because they knew they wouldn't compete. And there was a lot of people that were happy they were put in there, even though they knew they'd get their ass kicked by Oregon. They thought, hey, you know, they're in the big dance. They get the CFP logo gear, all that. So,
yeah, I can't think of another school.
Yeah, hey, Northern Illinois did beat the runner-up last year.
Okay, and I wouldn't even have known that if Sarkeesian wouldn't have used that as a talking point. So,
yeah, like I see both sides of it. Do I think a G5 team will ever win a national championship in the playoffs? Fuck no.
No.
Do I think they could ever win a first round game and pull off an upset and it's a magical, win in magical time of college football? Yeah, I think so. I think that can happen. But the chances of that happening any given year are like less than 5%.
Right.
And it would have to line up perfectly. It would have to be like Sticky brings up the Cincinnati team that went with Sauce Gardner that went to the Final Four and got their shit kicked in by Bama. But you take that team and let's put them in 2023. And let's say 2023 is a 12-team format. And let's say they play the 2023 Florida State team with the hurt Jordan Travis that isn't playing. They might beat Florida State. They seriously might. The ACC was horrible that year, and they barely beat a Louisville team where they lost to them. Like, that's a scenario where the G5 team can punch up and beat the Power 4 team in the playoffs. But outside of that, it's hard to see it happening. And I'm not on the whole Bud Elliott, it's a safety issue thing or that type of thing. I'm not that.
I just want a competitive game. I don't think it can be a competitive game.
Yeah. Like the Oregon JMU game and the Ole Miss Tulane game were unwatchable after like the first 5 minutes, damn near. So
no, you're absolutely. It sucked. The game sucked.
Yeah. Do 16 teams, top 4 highest ranked conference champs. Anything after that is auto bid. Or best at large, my bad, not auto bid.
Yeah.
That's how I do it. But
but
I don't have anything else. Wags, you want to?
Nah, man. Just some hoops tonight, dude. Vandy in Arkansas for conference basketball tonight. If you guys want to watch that, Texas on tomorrow night against Kentucky.
Yep. Ooh. And Jake Bayless brings up.
Gonna have to give me a header though for the Lone Star Playbook
for Tuesdays. I'll hit up BK about that. And Jake Bayless, I knew he was going to bring this up. Blowouts are going to happen no matter what. But yeah. Hey, Sticky, I wouldn't mind that, a little play in with the G5 just so they can get slaughtered the next week. It wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't be bad, but all right.
I mean, I think that's kind of why maybe I wasn't so. I'm not going to speak for everybody. Maybe why I wasn't so big on I guess the first round of the playoff this year. I think we kind of going in, we knew what was going to happen, and I had a shitty attitude when I was going in watching the James Madison Oregon game. So like and ultimately when I was watching, I felt like the that slot was wasted. A team like Texas could have done a lot more with that spot, but again, I went in a little bit with a bitter taste in my mouth. That's probably why I didn't like it. So.
Hey, one thing.
Not speaking for everybody. I'm just speaking for me. That's all.
This will be the final thing. We'll close it. You and I keep saying 12 or 16 teams. But if it was 24, and let's say Texas lost 28-7 at Ohio State instead of 14-7, and instead of being in a 16-team CFP like they would have, they'd be 21st and we're in at the 2014. And they'd match up with, a top 10 team from this year's playoff. Could they win that game? They probably could. It definitely would be possible. And could you imagine like a number 22 seed Texas team winning the Natty or just a 20 seed team? Because if it goes to 24, there's gonna be teams that struggle.
Oh, sure, with
drop a game or two they shouldn't have, like Texas did with
Right.
Florida, and they get in, and
that's too many teams.
So I'm with you, but it does open the window to have kind of some, room for error in the regular season.
But you have to have a, I guess, a payoff for being successful in the regular season, right? You have to have an award and a benefit for being that good you can't allow people that stumble a few times with the mistakes to give them, another buyback, essentially to stay at the table, right? If you stay what's that old adage in poker? You stay at the table long enough, you chip a chair in a prayer, you're going to continue to build your legs or get your legs back. Can't do that, man. Like, you have to award people for having successful teams in the regular season and also penalize them for not having successful teams. Like, a 3-loss team, maybe if you're Texas, I'll let you in, or Alabama, I'll let you in. But sitting there, if we're getting to 4 teams and now we're letting, opening the gate, to a 4-loss team, and come on in, man, let's see this ranked 22 team, take the national championship with a 4-loss schedule or a 4-loss season. That's wild to me, man. I think the best team should be reserved for the best teams.
Yeah. But hey,
16,
what about
I think 16 is the magical number.
Yeah, just the thing that's so hard about the CFP, like, you had a team like BYU who was not put in the playoffs. They shouldn't have been. And their only 2 losses were to a Texas Tech.
Blowouts.
Yeah, but to a Texas Tech team both times, one in the conference championship. They played in the conference championship. And they were easily the second best team in the Big 12. They showed that. But is an 11-2 BYU team, do they deserve to be in more over a 9-3 Texas team? That I think a lot of people outside of Provo and Austin would agree Texas would beat BYU in this hypothetical matchup, right? The ones everyone loves, the hypothetical, hypothetical win.
It's hypothetical Tuesday, brother.
Yeah, but like, that's the part that makes it hard. And obviously neither of those teams made it. But think about if it was, if we're in a 2014 playoff and it's 8-4 Texas, and they also lost in overtime to Mississippi State, in the CFP,
I can't.
Do we go 8-4 Texas with losses to Ohio State, Florida, Georgia, and Mississippi State?
I can't allow that in.
Or do we go a Utah team that has losses? There's 2 losses to like Arizona State and Tech. Who gets in? Who's the better team?
I think that's a skewed question.
Well, it's not skewed. This is what the CFP.
No, you're right. That's the scenario. I mean, based off of optics, I can't give a 4-loss team, right? But I mean, I think that's where you have to drastically go into the resume.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, if people say you're performing or you're granted in a seat to the playoffs based off of your resume, then let's take in everything of that resume, like strength of schedule, opponents' wins-loss record. Everything needs to be taken into factor for that one.
Oh yeah,
that's wild. A 4-loss team in the playoffs, Jay Guns. That's just wild, man. That's wild, bro. But that's where we're headed. If we're going to 2014, that's where we're headed.
Trying to think a good example of like a team that barely snuck in the playoffs that ended up
Seattle.
winning.
How about remember Ball, Seattle, right? Well, Seattle getting into the division, just getting into the playoffs because they won the division, and then throttling the Saints that year with the beast run or beast mode run where he grabs his nuts going into the end zone, and then grabs some Skittles afterwards. That's probably the best example I can give. But again, that's a team that gets hot at the right time, right? And ultimately,
it's true. All right, well, up next, the voice of college football grades the job that Texas has done in the transfer portal. We're going to wrap it up, close it out, but at 2 p.m., the stream will be back on with Chip Brown and Zay Collier, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. And y'all have a great Tuesday. Peace.